Cleese McFarland. And I want to welcome you to tonight's stream. I don't really know where the hell I am right now. I'm pretty sure I'm in Stafford Springs, Connecticut, and there's a lot of traffic. I don't know, I guess some rednecks hosting an event locally tonight. What's up, brother?
Hell yeah, man.
How are you doing? Hell yeah. I don't know, there's some guy hosting an event tonight. I'm just looking for some signs that maybe say Stafford Motor Speedway. Because if I can find my way there, I know I'm in the right place. I'm in my race car. I'm ready to race. I just need to get into this track, right? I only got an hour and a half until it's race time. This construction is delaying my race day, but yeah, some redneck guy, I guess, is having a race tonight. And I'm like, I can't miss that. Let me load up my Crown Vic. I heard there's a Van Prix. I heard there's Crown Vics racing. I heard there's fireworks. So I got to get through this construction and find out what's happening tonight at Stafford Motor Speedway. Listen, I've never been this far north, away from Florida, in my whole life. So forgive me if I'm a little lost. Oh, here we go. Stafford Motor Speedway sign. That's exactly what I'm looking for, folks. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Don't know if my blinker works anymore, but I tried to use it. Oh, yeah. Yep, it looks like we're on the right track now. Nice little river right here. Jump my jet boat over that, maybe. Oh, yeah, get my tires warmed up through these corners. I can't tell if I'm already on the racetrack or not. What a beautiful place. And a beautiful Crown Vic. Ready to race 90 laps. I need to find my fellow Crown Vic racers. Oh, brother, here we are. Stafford Speedway. They got a freaking sweet, fully wooden bar. They got boxes you can watch from. This has got to be the only track I've been to that really feels just like the Freedom Factory. I love it here already. Yep, it's time to race. Sorry I'm late, guys. Little bit of construction downtown. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get this party freaking started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New England 900. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the New England 900 live stream. We are here at Stafford Motor Speedway up in Connecticut. I mean, where the hell are we? I don't even know. I've never been this far from the state of Florida in this direction ever in my life. So fired up to be at a completely new area with a lot of amazing fans. We have a sold out event in person tonight. So thank you for tuning in to Freedom Plus tonight to watch online. That's your only option if you didn't buy a ticket. These shows are growing. They're getting more and more excited and more fun. And I can't appreciate you guys anymore for just all the love and support. Like, this is just a dream come true. We got good weather. We got some good freaking hot rods behind me, which I'm going to show you. We've made some upgrades too. So you can see our entire fleet of Crown Vics is ready to rip, but we added something in because we know there's going to be a lot of draft and action going on tonight. So come on down this row. A little issue we've been having, I'll admit, with the cars is they overheat on the bigger tracks. You know, Bristol being the worst of them. But even like Indy, we had some overheating issues. So we have customized our Crown Vics to make them even better than before. You know, if you think back to the first race ever, we had bone stock Crown Vics, factory tires and everything. We've just been making small upgrades every day. There's Chilla B driving by. Sorry about the noise. Got to move that thing. But now we have NASCAR style roll cages, obviously Nitto tires. We have NOS nitrous systems, race cook safety systems. Well, we finally gotten to working on the cooling system. So underneath the cars now, we have a air induction lever, is what I'll call it. But really, it's just a piece of aluminum that we bent to shove air up through the radiators in the cars. a lot of times when we get in a big draft group, the cars in the back start to overheat, and then once they push coolant out, you know, they're kind of screwed. They got to go into the pit road and get some water put in them. We've also cut out the inner wheel wells and done a few little other things to get the cooling optimized on these bad girls, because last thing we want is one of our drivers who traveled all the way here to win potentially a zero-turn John Deere mower tonight, you know, and fall out of the race because of overheating. That just sucks. Crashing's one thing, overheating, that's unacceptable. So every day we're just trying to make things better. But yes, I will take a second to say we've gotten with our local John Deere dealer, Everglades Equipment Group, and we have a bad to the bone, brand new John Deere zero-turn lawnmower on the line tonight. So the stakes literally could not be higher. I mean, who doesn't want a brand new John Deere zero-turn? So cars are ready. The drivers are showing up. I'll send it up to the booth because we've got an action-packed night for you, and there's more for you to know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stafford Motor Speedway. Woo! Okay, all right. This is a very crucial moment, okay? Every time we travel to an event, that video to follow, we open it up with the crowd yelling, "Hell yeah, brother," okay? So I'm going to count it out. And you guys got to say, "Hell yeah, brother," the absolute loudest you possibly can for the intro of this video. All right? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Holy, that might be the best one yet. Damn. Wow. I got to say, guys, the people I met today, you were some of the kindest, most respectful people I've met in the, I guess, 7 years of doing this. So thank you guys for being so awesome. It's the first time we've ever been to this side of the country, and I'm blown away. We have a sold-out show tonight at Stafford Motor Speedway. Now, I know we haven't shown you guys anything yet, but you think we should come back next year? Anybody interested in a good fireworks show tonight? That's what I thought you'd say. All right, quick schedule of events. We got the Van Prix. You guys ever seen minivans fly through the air? You're gonna tonight. We got the street stocks. We've also got qualifying and 90 laps of Crown Vic racing, followed up by, I don't know if I should fully personally guarantee this, but I'm going to say I'll put a 99% guarantee on the fact that you're going to see the best fireworks show tonight you've seen in your whole life. Okay? We're trying to turn that up for you guys, so I hope I don't disappoint in that factor. All right, without further ado, we're going to bring in these cars and start doing some qualifying. So I'm going to hand it up to the booth. Let's do some racing.
Thank you, Cletus, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to Stafford Motor Speedway. We are so excited to be here for the inaugural running of the New England 900 around this historic facility, a racetrack that has been seeing racing at it back since 1870 when they were racing horses around this place. But this is one of the crown jewel tracks up here in the Northeast. And we are super excited to be able to bring Cletus and Cars and our Burnout Rivals show. Jake Wilson from the Freedom Factory, alongside two-time Daytona 500 winning crew chief, America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds is in the house with us here tonight. Larry Mack, great to have you with us here.
Well, it's great to be here. I'm like Cletus. I can't wait to see these cars on this racetrack. I've been in NASCAR for almost 45 years, and I have heard about Stafford Motor Speedway my entire career. You've heard so many people that enjoys the racing here. We've had NASCAR Cup Series race winners come out of here like the Bodine brothers, Richie Evans, Jimmy Spencer. Just a ton of success has come out of this racetrack. To finally come here and see racing at this half-mile racetrack, I'm ready to see some cars on track.
For decades and decades, this has been the ultimate proving ground for drivers that wanted to head south and wanted to race in NASCAR. You had to prove it here first at this facility. But this is modified country, Larry, all right? We know there's a lot of fans out here that love their modifieds, but tonight we're going to put the modifieds off to the side for one night, and we're going to tear it up with 19 Crown Vics featuring your favorite YouTube and content creators. And we even threw in a former NASCAR champion. Greg Biffle is going to be in the house with us here tonight, helping us as we had a couple of drivers that had some issues with some travel in here today as well.
Yeah, you think about these Crown Vics. It's different from any other type of a race car you could ever think about racing on a racetrack. No practice. They're fixing to qualify. We've got 5 drivers, including Greg Biffle, that has never been in a Crown Vic. So that's going to be an experience, but something tells me Biffle will pick up on it pretty quick.
Well, I mean, he had to have seen what Tony Stewart did earlier this year at IRP, and he said, you know what, Tony had so much fun. I want to get in on the action. So Greg's going to hopefully – I don't know if Greg's gotten here yet. Not sure if he's going to qualify, but you know what? If Greg were to have to start this race at the back, I have a feeling I think he'll find his way to the front.
I think if you put Greg Biffle at the back of the field in anything, he would figure out how to find the front. He's just one of those race car drivers that's so talented, and he figures things out. But again, more than likely, if he doesn't make it for qualifying, his first lap will be turn 1 of lap 1 when we start that 90-lap race.
And, Larry, you heard Cletus mention it earlier, a sold-out crowd here at Stafford Motor Speedway, not a ticket to be found. Don't forget, if you haven't gotten tickets, there are still tickets available for tomorrow night's Burnout Rivals. If you've never seen one of those shows, it is something to behold. You're going to want to definitely check that out. We could not have hit the jackpot more with such beautiful weather. We were, Larry, you and I were talking. We were keeping an eye on the weather, making sure everything was going to look good, and we have hit the jackpot. It's absolutely beautiful. And look at that jam-packed grandstand. We're excited to get things underway. Drivers are making their final preparations and getting ready to go for our first of 4 group qualifying sessions. The drivers are going to head out on track. They're going to get 4 laps around the speedway. Fastest of those 4 laps is going to be their time that's going to go for their qualifying effort. And then we're going to have to figure out what the starting lineup is going to look like, because they're already talking about how we might make things might change things up just a little bit here tonight, but they'll keep, of course, they're going to keep that one close to the vest. But it looks like, Larry, we're already going to have our first cars rolling out, and it looks like our first group qualifying session is getting ready to get underway. So,
you know, you think about it, these Crown Vics in this half-mile racetrack, pretty long straightaways. I want you to notice on each one of these cars, you see a yellow light on the deck lid. If that yellow light is illuminated, that means they're into nitrous oxide. They have about 90 seconds, 10 pounds, but you have to be careful. You don't want to use it all up in qualifying. Even though you want to start up near the front, you want to save some for that race.
Yeah, try to save it for maybe early on in the race. If you're starting a little bit deeper in the field, you want to start kind of working your way back up through the field. You want to maybe try to use it a little earlier on. Or maybe some guys are going to kind of save it for the end, but we'll take a look as you see some of the drivers that are out on track. How about we got some Jack Stan Jimmy fans in the house here tonight. Jack Stan behind the wheel of the number 69, 5 career top 10 finishes, coming off of a career best finish at Indianapolis earlier this year with a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, and there you see the 24 car, Kyle Boosterboys, finished 20th back in the Freedom 500 in the spring, finished 8th at Indy, always competes in Cletus's 2.4-hour Le Mullet down in Bradenton.
Somehow, some way, behind the wheel of the number 661 is Jim York. Unfortunately, we're not going to see Jim behind the wheel of the Van Prix, but it's for good reason. Jim is about as banged up as you could possibly be, and is somehow behind the wheel of his race car here tonight, making his debut here at Stafford with literal rods and pins stuck inside of him right now.
Now, I'm a little confused, though. Qualifying, he kind of suggested everybody, Cletus did, to kind of get separated. That way you can get a clean lap, but we're seeing guys almost like in race condition here.
Well, believe it or not, these guys did not get any practice, so the only practice laps they are going to get are right here, right now during this qualifying session as we're down to our final qualifiers. Cletus's brother out on track again now here. You've got Dr. Parker and Teeth and Turbos. His first start of the year. He had a second-place finish last year at Bristol and a 10th-place finish at LaMullets last year, as you see him going around the 13 of a driver making his debut with the series. That's Tommy F. Yeah, that's Tommy Farrell in the Garage S0 out of the Garage S0 YouTube channel, and making his debut with us here at Stafford Motor Speedway. As you see, it looks like our first qualifying group is wrapping up.
Yeah, you think about Parker Teeth and Turbos, the 7 car. Not only is he Cletus's older brother, there's a reason he has teeth in that name. He's a dental surgeon.
Yes, absolutely. Well, if you're a Jack Stan Jimmy fan, you've got to be pretty happy. Quick time so far with a lap time of 26.679 seconds. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than the 661 of Jim York, who was second quick. Tommy F. Yeah was third. Dr. Parker coming in fourth. And Kyle out of the Boosted Boys had a little bit of trouble there as his quick time of a lap of 27.288 is only going to be good enough for fifth quick out of those 5 cars that have taken time so far.
Wow.
Yeah, Jack Stan Jimmy, he is on Cletus's YouTube channel and works for Cletus, does a lot of work on these cars.
Yes, we got a great field here as we'll get ready to bring out our second group, and got some heavy hitters coming out in this second group. We got any JH Diesel fans in the house here tonight? All right, I got to do it. We were going to maybe save it a little later. JH! He is your reigning, defending Freedom 500 champion. And if he goes to victory lane here tonight, Cletus has to get a spray tan. Them's the rules.
Yeah, Cletus picked him to finish last.
Listen, Larry, he did the exact same thing at the Freedom 500, and what did JH do? Went out and led every single lap, so what does he know? But of note for this 88 car, that is not the same car that he won the Freedom 500 with. Got involved in a pretty bad wreck at Indy, so a new Chariot for JH Diesel to drive here tonight. And another driver to keep an eye on is the driver of the 1776, Derek from Vice Grip Garage. Is tonight the night that Derek gets that first win in the Cletus Racing Series? There you see him in the red, white, and blue 1776.
Yeah, Derek Vice Grip Garage from Minneapolis, Minnesota, does all types of racing. He was the winner in the 2023 Danger Ranger on dirt.
Yes, but we've got to see, can Derek finally get it done in the Crown Vics? He was oh so close at Indianapolis earlier this year, battling it out in the final laps with Tony Stewart and Zach Walker. Can he get it done here tonight? How about this to the top of the speed chart so far? L.S. George with a quick time. Don't forget about Squirrel. He's out there trying to get it done. And Ty Braun has jumped up into the top 5. Braun in his silver and blue number 6. Got the flames pouring out the front. And he's rocketing up the speed chart, currently third quick so far. Actually, second quick, right as I say that. And Larry, how about Roman Atwood? Roman's been having some much better runs, starting to try to figure out these Crown Vics a little bit more.
Yeah, in 2022, Roman led the Indy 800 and ran out of gas while leading.
Yeah, he pulled a Ryan Blaney from Gateway earlier this year.
Good shot right there. You can see that scoop under the bottom of the front of the car that Cletus was talking about. These long straightaways, they're in the throttle so much, and they're just stock cooling systems, so they're having to do everything they can to cool these cars down.
And you guys talk about a lot in your NASCAR broadcasts, especially at Daytona and Talladega. When you guys run in such a tight pack like that, when you're about that 6th or 7th car in line, there is not a ton of air. And you see there's a pretty big rear spoiler on these cars that blocks a lot of air. So they're trying all different types of ways to try to get some cool air in, try to keep these engines cool for all 90 laps.
And that's another thing they did to these cars about a year and a half ago is they put that rear spoiler on it. For years, these cars did not even have a rear spoiler. Of course, that just helps the grip in the rear of the car, downforce.
Well, out of that session, L.S. George to the top of the speed chart. He's got your quick time so far. Second quick, the number 6 of Ty Braun with a lap time of 26.539. Jack Stan Jimmy still third quick. JH Diesel goes to fourth quick, and Derek from Vice Grip Garage is currently rounding out the top 5. But we're getting ready to bring out group number 3. And Larry, he's a 2-time Freedom 500 champion. He's got 11 top 10s. He's got 8 top 5s. He was 8th earlier this year in the Freedom 500. He was 5th in Indy. He's got 4 straight top 10s. But Cletus looking to try to get back to victory lane again here tonight. Can he win the inaugural New England 900 here tonight?
And you just look at the paint scheme on that 4 car, it pretty much makes a statement. Cletus is all about America. And as I said earlier, he has no problem winning his own race, a race that he promotes.
Well, Larry, when there's a John Deere on the line, you don't think he's going to try to go for everything? Those guys back there in the driver's meeting, when he announced that they were going to be getting a zero-turn John Deere, some eyes lit up, that was for sure. As Cletus gets ready to get in position for group number 3, still one more group to go after this for our qualifying sessions. We're also going to have our street stock feature coming up a little bit later on as well, and of course the Van Prix. You're not going to want to miss that either. Again, we've had a few changes in our schedule, with our driver lineup. Again, Brad DeBerti unable to be with us here tonight, had travel issues with the down internet issues that the rest of the country was experiencing earlier today. But we did get Greg Biffle to commit to come over and run with us here tonight at Stafford, but unsure if Greg is going to be able to be here in time for qualifying, but we'll keep you posted on that.
Yeah, I think this group, we may only see 3 drivers out there in qualifying because of Greg not being able to make the session, but this should put some pretty decent speeds. But we going back to Cletus McFarland and his picks. You know, he picks J.H. Diesel to finish last. He was very modest. He did not pick himself to win. He actually picked himself to finish 3rd. His pick was Vice Grip Garage to win this thing tonight.
That's honestly, I think he's I don't even know if you can call him a dark horse anymore because he's been running up front so much. How about another driver that's had some great runs in the past, and that's the driver of the number 33, Brent from PFI Speed. He was the 2020 winner of the 2.4 hours of Le Mullets. He's got 5 career top 10s, 4 top 5s. He was 4th earlier this year at the Freedom 500, but looking to rebound after a disappointing effort earlier this year at Indianapolis.
Yeah, Brent tunes fuel injection on all types of hot rods from north of Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, he's got their shop out there is amazing, and they've got some great views out there. And another driver that's making their debut with us here, first ever Cletus and Cars racing events. This is Jimmy Oaks. If you follow Jimmy Oaks on his YouTube channel, he's got 532,000 subscribers, so I think Jimmy's doing just fine.
You know, I was reading, when you look at these 19 drivers, and I think the number's probably a little conservative, just hundreds of thousands of YouTube followers combined between all these drivers.
Well, so far, out of this group, 4th fastest is the number 4 of Cletus McFarland. And as I say that, Brent from PFI Speed jumps up to 2nd quick, 26.524, just 56 hundredths of a second off the quick time put down by L.S. George. The white flag waves, drivers on their final qualifying effort. Can they try to work their way up the field or up the ladder a little bit more? Again, Jimmy Oaks making his debut with us here. A little bit slower than I think he would like to be. Currently 12th quick out of 13 cars that have taken time. But Brent from PFI Speed, 2nd quick. Cletus is 5th quick as they're coming by to see the checkered flag.
You know, we talked about no practice. These cars are randomly assigned, and they're prepared as equal as possible, even down to the air pressure in the tires, because we know changing the air pressure can affect the handling of the car.
Yeah, these guys work their butts off in between races, and sometimes you'll have kind of a quick turnaround from some of the races. So great job by the whole crew at the Freedom Factory and everybody to getting these cars dialed in. Well, nobody is able to improve, so still the time to beat, the lap time of 26.468 seconds. That's the number 3 of L.S. George. Brent from PFI Speed, quickest out of that group, is 2nd quick. Ty Braun is still 3rd. Jack Stan Jimmy is 4th. And Cletus rounds out the top 5. Man, pretty good job out of the Cletus crew up there. They've got most of his guys are up there in the top 5 as we get ready to bring out our final qualifying group as the rest of the field starts to make their way down into the infield section of the track. And Larry, I was thinking, how cool would it be if you're just somebody working at the shop and you're just trying to make a living here? Could you imagine getting behind the wheel of a Crown Vic going wheel to wheel with a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and beating him at a racetrack where he probably has easily 5,000 laps. That's what Zach Walker got to do earlier this year at IRP.
Well, I'm sure just to be on the track with Tony Stewart meant the world to him, but then to go out there and beat him, all that transpired there on that final lap, that had to be huge. That's something he'll be talking to his grandkids about one day.
And great-grandkids. I mean, they might have a placard put up in the house that's going to get passed on from generation to generation, but Zach going to look to try to go back-to-back as we've got cars on track in our final group qualifying session, as there you see. Amazing that he was even able to get here. Kevin Smith from KSR. It was a very, very tight travel window for him to get here. He's got 4 career wins in these Cletus racing events, including the 2021 Freedom 500 and a 2-time winner of Danger Ranger. And we got a car that's gone around in qualifying. And Larry, we talked about how there's 5 drivers that are making their debut in this racing series, and that would be one of them there. That's Robbie Layton in the number 42 car. So trying to get the parameters figured out as we look at our Heatwave visual replay. Robbie just kind of working his way through 3 and 4, trying to figure out the line, and got away from him just a little bit.
I think the confidence level exceeded the grip level right there.
Yes.
In that Crown Vic.
Listen, those Nitto tires. They are very, very reliable and sturdy. But sometimes if you carry a little bit too much momentum, they'll get away from even the best of you. We got any Travis Pastrana fans here in the house tonight? Great to have Travis back with us. He was with us earlier this year at the Freedom 500. I mean, what hasn't Travis been behind the wheel of? I mean, normally this time of year, I see him down there, down where I'm at in Florida, racing a power boat. Number one, it's great to see that Travis isn't hurt or injured when he's able to participate with us here tonight. But Travis spent a little time in NASCAR for a few years there as well.
Yeah, finished 11th in the Daytona 500 back in 2023. Ran the full, what was then the Busch schedule for Roush Fenway Racing at one point, and has 6 starts in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
He is a man that has done it all, and there is our Indy 800 champion right there, Zach Walker. Walker riding high, bringing in a lot of momentum into this one, getting the win over Tony Stewart. He's got a win at Le Mullets back in 2022, but he's been on a tear as of late. Can he go back-to-back here in New England?
Well, I think the big question you can see there on the graphic, LS George in that number 3 car still at the top of the sheet, is we're going to get the white flag for this group, though. LS George, though, 26.46 seconds.
Well, Travis Pastrana all the way up to second, but no one's been able to beat the number 3 of LS George. Coming by, see the white flag, and now the checkered flag will start to be displayed. Final time around, and we also want to give a shout out to Travis Pastrana and his crew. They said they were going to have kind of a mystery driver coming into this one, and that's going to be Forrest Lawson. He's a young 20-year-old from Oregon. Skateboarding, snowboarding, surfing, a part of the Sickos YouTube group. He gets a chance to get behind the wheel of one of these Crown Vics. No racing experience whatsoever. Why not?
I was going to say, if you're seeing his first laps around a racetrack in a race car of any kind.
Well, the checkered flag is waving as everyone comes around for their final time, and that is going to conclude qualifying. And with that said, we have our qualifying order complete. Take a look at our cars working their way down into the infield section. Quick time driver of the number 3. We got any Squirrel fans in the house? LS George. 26.468 seconds, 8 thousandths of a second faster than the 198 of Travis Pastrana. Brent from PFI Speed was 3rd quick. Ty Braun was 4th fastest. Zach Walker was 5th quick. Larry, looking at timing and scoring, the top 5, all under 0.08 of a second within each other.
But you know what you need to do with that scoring right there?
I'm going to throw it out.
Throw it in the floor, because what is Cletus going to do? How many is he going to invert?
Well, he's qualified 7th. He's kind of right in the middle either way. What are we going to do? What are we going to do down there?
Here's the deal, guys. I told the gentleman in the driver's meeting that I may or may not invert the field. Who likes to see a lot of passing? That's right. So do I. And I'm number 7, so this is only going to hurt me. But it's going to hurt LS George a lot worse. We're inverting the field. Come here, buddy. Were you just texting your wife, your number 1 qualifier?
Hey, I'll just put it on Instagram. Everybody, go check out Freedom Plus to see your boy out there, number 1 qualifier. You know what I'm saying?
Number 1 qualifier. Who thinks LS George might win tonight? Ooh. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, brother. All right. Number 2 qualifier, Travis Pastrana. There he is. Hey, you got that qualifying order, Ryan? You got the qualifying order? This guy's got 10 things going on. Gracias. All right, number 1, LS George. Number 2, Travis Pastrana. How do you feel, brother?
I feel good. I like number 2 is right good, right?
It's good until you invert the field.
I like starting in the back. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm coming for you. I'll make sure you're in the first wall I get to.
Brother, he's disqualified. Number 3, we have PFI Speed Brent. Number 4, Ty Braun. Whoa. Whoa. Not bad. Not bad. Number 5, Zach Walker. Number 6, Jack Stand. Number 7, Cletus. Number 8, JH Diesel. Number 9, Derek, Vice Grip Garage. Number 10, Jim York. Oh, a lot of Vice Grip fans. Who's a Vice Grip fan? He is my pick for the win tonight. Number 10, Jim York. Number 11, Tommy Effia. Number 12, Dr. Parker. Number 13, Kyle from Boosted Boys. Number 14, Kevin Smith. That man is sandbagging. He is sandbagging. 100%. Number 15, Jimmy Oaks. Number 16, Roman Atwood. Number 17, Forrest Lawson. And number 18, starting on the front row inside, Robbie Layton. All right. Now, if you guys didn't hear, we had Brad DeBerti drop out last minute, so we have exchanged him for Greg Biffle. Does anyone know who Greg Biffle is? I'm excited to hear that. NASCAR legend, and he did not qualify, so he will be in the back of the pack with George and Pastrana. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back up to the booth, and we'll get this show on the road.
Thank you, Cletus, and we are going to roll right along here as we are getting set and ready to go for our 25-lap street stock feature. Larry, what's interesting about this is they've been racing all spring and all summer long here, and they've been running for points. But tonight, you know what? No points. Throw the points out. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to pay $1,000 to win tonight, which is a huge purse for Street Stocks. 25 laps, going to run a couple extra laps for him here. So a big event. I was talking with some of the track officials earlier. They said that not everybody that's competing for the points is going to be here, but we still got a great field of street stocks that they want to walk out of here with $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, to run a street stock race, a 25-lap race for a winner take $1,000. That's absolutely unheard of. And I told you earlier, it kind of reminds me of the NASCAR All-Star race. The only thing that matters is winning. Going home, finishing second, going home with a solid night, absolutely means nothing whatsoever. It's about winning, but more than anything, $1,000 to win.
Yeah, we saw earlier in qualifying a driver that has just been tearing it up this year, Travis Hydar, 7 victories on the season so far, and it seems like the only time he hasn't been to victory lane is when something mechanically or something has gone wrong. But for all the he's definitely got a target on his back here tonight where a lot of drivers are going to be queuing after him to try to steal that $1,000 away from him.
Well, watching the 5-lap heat race, it makes me understand how the man has won 7 races. In a 5-lap heat race, he went from last to first. I know there are only 6 or 7 cars, but it took him no time whatsoever to start shotgun on the field to get out there out front.
And it's awesome to have them be a part of this show. That's something we've been trying to do with some of these Cletus racing events is whenever we get out of Florida and we go to these different tracks, we want to integrate the local divisions. We want to integrate the local racing with our show and kind of give them a big platform to be a part of. And we appreciate the Street Stocks being here with us here tonight. We know this is modified country up here, but we're excited to have the Street Stocks running along with us.
Yeah, and I don't get to go to watch short track racing that often because of my NASCAR schedule, but to be able to come here to Stafford Motor Speedway, I spoke about it earlier, one of the most famous short tracks in the entire country, and to see these Street Stock drivers 40-something years ago in the late 70s. That's how I got my start, was the local track there in Birmingham, Alabama, working on a Street Stock car. Oh, by the way, that my aunt was driving. That's what got my racing career jump-started.
And the rest of your career has been pretty good, too.
It worked out okay.
Yeah, you're doing just fine. So the Street Stocks are starting to get set and ready to go. The drivers for our Crown Vic race, I mean, what are the nerves got to be like now? First time at a new racetrack, a little different than the Freedom Factory. Bigger track, not as much banking, and for some of these drivers, literally the first time they've ever even take any kind of laps whatsoever was just right there in qualifying.
Yeah, we got 5 first-timers that we talked about. They've never driven a Crown Vic at any of the racetrack that Cletus has taken the show to. But again, whether any of those 19 drivers, whether even like Cletus McFarland that's run all these races, it's a new venue, and every venue is different. You've got different banking. You've got the 9 degrees of banking down in turns 1 and 2. You got 7.5 and 3 and 4. Even though it looks like a symmetrical racetrack, it's very far from it.
Yeah, if you take a look at this track from high above, you're like, oh yeah, it just kind of looks like your standard half-mile oval. But what they've explained to, and I've talked with a couple of different drivers, is you approach turn 1 very differently than the way you approach turn 3. And you have to get through turns 1 and 2, obviously, to be able to set yourself up to be able to make the right and necessary moves in turn number 3. Well, the field is starting to make their way out onto the speedway, and we'll go ahead and get you set and ready to go for our 25-lap Street Stock feature, taking a look at our starting lineup. The man to beat all season long has been that number 11 of Travis Hydar. He's going to start on the pole tonight. He's going to have the 0-1 of Johnny Walker starting to the outside. In row number 2, you're going to have Burt Willett in the number 84, who we saw win another one of the heat races earlier today. And Sean Monahan in the number 14 is going to start on the outside of row number 2. Tyler Trott in the number 80, who's been victory lane earlier this year here at Stafford. One of the few drivers that says that they've beaten Travis Hydar this year. He's going to roll off from the 5th spot. You're going to have Mike Caprio in the number 33. He's going to roll off 6th.
Yes, Sean Petlock in that 15 car, he'll roll off 7. Jason Harabands, he'll roll off 8th in that number 12 car. David Mache Sr. will be 9th in the 37 car, and Bobby Stirk III looked pretty good in the heat race. He's going to roll off 10th in that 56 car.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a bobble there on the opening start there, but was able to rebound, and the car actually did look pretty good. He's going to roll off 10th. You're going to have Garrett Peace in the number 51 starting 11th. You're going to have Walt Hovey in the number 16, going to start from the 12th spot. You'll have Andrew Durand in the 13th starting position in the 00. Ashton Young in the number 2 is going to roll off 14th. Rounding out our field is going to be the 36 of David Mason Jr. and Jeff Aslan in the number 7 is going to round out our field.
Yeah, you mentioned it. David Mache Sr. in the 37, David Mache Jr. in the 36. That is a father and a son. Now, David Mache Jr. in the 36, he had issues. That's the reason he's starting on the last row of this race.
So the field still continuing to work a few pace laps to get some heat in those tires and get these cars warmed up. If you're a fan of the Chevy Monte Carlo, this is the race for you, as we've got a field full of them, as the field again continues to work behind the pace car through turns 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. You're going to see some great views and some great shots from around the speedway. And thanks to all of our great crew here on Freedom Plus for bringing you all these amazing shots and some great drone footage as well. And Larry, I can't compliment this facility enough. Ever since we've rolled in the gate, everyone has been so great to us. And you hear about some of the legendary short tracks around the country. When you think of this part of the country, particularly in New England, Stafford Motor Speedway is right there at the top of the list.
Yeah, I mean, such a clean facility, and you kind of talked about it. You know, this track opened for the first time as a horse track back in 1870 at the end of World War II. They started doing some dirt track auto racing here, became part of NASCAR as a dirt track in 1959, and they finally paved it in 1967. Chuck and Jack Arute and their father, they bought it in 1970. In fact, good buddy of mine, Jack Arute, just stuck his head in the booth here a second ago.
All right, well, lights are out on the pace car, and we are ready to get our 25-lap street stock feature event underway. Pace car heads towards the pit road, and we are ready to get things underway. Travis Hydar and Johnny Walker bring him to the green. Green flag is out, and the street stocks are underway at Stafford.
I think the only way they're going to beat that 11 car of Travis Hydar, they will have to jump on him and jump on him fast. You can see Johnny Walker in that 01, though, tried to get up beside him down the back straightaway.
Walker's going to jump back in line. Good side-by-side battle behind them for third. You have the 84 of Burt Willett trying to hold on to that third spot. Some side-by-side racing back through the rest of the field. Here comes the number 80 of Tyler Trott on the inside, working up into the top four. Going to try to get around the one, I believe that's going to be the 14 of Sean Monahan, who drops back to fifth. And here comes Mike Caprio trying to snag that fifth spot away and work his way into the top five.
We got them back there battling for 8. They're 3 wide, 4 wide. They know this is a short race. You've got to go.
Yeah, and with the 11 of Hydar, we talked about how just dominant he's been earlier all season long. You do not want to see him pull away early. If you're the 01, you've got to do everything and anything you can to try to stay as close to the back bumper of that yellow and purple number 11. And so far, single file racing up front, little sideways there coming out of turn number 4 was the number 14 of Sean Monahan, still trying to hold on to that 5th position, getting pressured from the 33 of Caprio, as Caprio is right there all over the back of the 14.
Yeah, the 14, Sean Monahan, what did they tell us earlier today? He's known as the Monahammer. He has no problem being aggressive.
And around he goes in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Monahan is around. Looked like a little bit of contact from the 15 of Sean Petlock as he went by. But it was hard racing there with the 33 of Caprio, but it's the 14 machine of Monahan that goes around, and we are under yellow. And Sean Petlock, he is making his way into the infield, damage to the left front tire down on that car. As we take a look at the heat wave visual replay, and you see it right there in the middle of the corner there, Larry.
Got just a little bit of help, I think. Just a little bit.
Listen, that apron, it's awful inviting. It looks like you want to try to go down there. There's a little bit of extra racing room down there, but it flattens out pretty quickly there from that 9 degrees of banking that they have there. And unfortunately there for the 14, he's going to pay the price.
Yeah, you mentioned 25 laps. Only green flag laps count, so we are on lap 4 until we go back racing.
Yep, so still 21 laps remaining in this one. Travis Hydar, your race leader. Johnny Walker runs in second. It's Burt Willett in the 84 running in third. Tyler Trott is fourth. We'll see what's going to happen here to the 33 of Caprio as he is slowing down to the inside. Caprio is going to be sent to the rear of the field for making contact and bringing out the yellow. So he and the 14, they're going to get to say hi to each other once again.
Friends again, back there together.
So Caprio drops to the tail end of the field, and the field being told here at the start-finish line to double up. And we should be getting back to green here this next time by. I believe the lights are out on the pace car, so we will go back to green with 21 laps to go. So far, it's been all Travis Hydar. See if Johnny Walker did pretty good on that initial restart, not letting him get completely out of sight there. But he's hopefully going to try to find a way to stay side by side with him a little bit longer. Maybe try to race him into 3 and 4 and see if he can't kind of upset him just a little bit.
I think the only way he can beat Hydar, it's got to happen on a restart. If he ever lets Hydar get out there, it's going to be color me gone. So I look for him to be pretty aggressive on this restart.
Back to the restart zone. Green flag is back out, and a pretty good start for Walker on the outside. Pretty much dead even that time at the line. Hydar's going to have the advantage down low, tries to slide up in front of the 0-1 and clears him for the race lead. Here comes the 56, Bobby Sturck on the inside. He's got fifth, looking for fourth. Little help there, the 16 locks it up. And somehow everybody makes it through side by side for fifth. As Ovi on the inside of the number 80 of Tyler Trott. That's the battle for fifth.
But you talked about it, Bert. Bobby Sturck III in that 56 car had some issues in the heat race. He has made his way all the way up there to 4th as we've completed 5 of the 25 laps.
Keep an eye on Sturck working his way up to 4th. Now trying to get to the inside for 3rd as you see some great battles going on deep in the field. Keep an eye on that number 14 that started up front. Sean Monahan involved in that earlier accident trying to make his way up. But new 3rd place car is Bobby Sturck.
Now, I get a feeling that Haidar in that 11 car, he gets out there and then he just plays it cool. He doesn't try to just completely yard the field. There's no reason to.
And you never know. When you get a late race restart, you want to try to make sure that you haven't burned the good off the tires and you've got a little bit of grip still there at the end of the race in case we've got a late race restart. But so far, so good. Haidar, that last time by at the line, had an advantage of about a half a second. We'll see if that grows at all here on this next lap as they'll come by. They'll put 8 laps on the board, 17 laps remaining. And for Haidar, actually Walker closed in just a little bit as Walker was about a 1/10 of a second quicker that last time. And we got cars going around here at the start-finish line. The number 12 has gone around of Jason Harabands.
No caution yet. There it is. They finally have to throw the caution. Neither one of those drivers got going sitting on the infield grass there.
Yeah, driver's side facing where they were going to have some potential oncoming traffic if anybody were to have an issue, and we are under the yellow for the second time in this 25-lap feature. Also involved there was the number 2 of Ashton Young, bringing out our second caution of the evening. So the field now going to get to tag back up again, and for the 84 or for the 11, Travis Haidar, he's going to get to try to do it all over again. And Johnny Walker I like what he was able to stay dead even with him on that last restart, but you saw just how strong Haidar is. Made a great entry into turn number 1 and really gave Walker no chance to really battle with him and had him cleared before they cleared the apex of the corner.
Yeah, the field had gotten somewhat single file. The 12 and the 2, they were back there battling pretty deep in the field when they got together coming up onto the front straightaway. But the field had pretty much for about the top 8 or 9 had gotten single file there.
Yeah, well, you guys talking about it a lot of your NASCAR broadcasts, and you don't always just look at the front of the field. Sometimes you look mid-pack or at the tail end. They're fighting just as hard for 10th, 11th, or 12th as they are up front. As the field quickly going to double up, looks like we're going to have a pretty quick yellow here. Didn't look like any debris or anything was put down on the speedway, and we're going to get ready to go back to racing once again. It'll be 17 laps to go. Travis Haidar still your race leader, going to restart with the 01 of Johnny Walker to his outside.
Let's keep an eye on the inside of the second row. That 56 car, Bobby Sturck III. Well, he had made some moves after that last restart.
Green flag back out, and we'll see what Sturck can do. Down on the inside, good run. Can he get to the inside and get clear of the 01 of Walker? He can. Bobby Sturck on the move up to second.
He got down into 1 so good, and that 56 car just did a nice rotation, and he's able to pick the throttle up. But can he do anything with Travis Haidar now in that 11 car?
That 56 car definitely on the free side as he was a little loose that time coming out of turn number 4. Can he gather it up? Can he hang on and try to challenge the 11 of Haidar? How about the 30? Oh boy, our friends from earlier side by side again. There down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Caprio on the inside of Monahan, leaning on each other for 5th. And everybody else in the rest of the field kind of keeping an eye on those two.
Right in front of them is that Tyler Trott in that 80 car. Remember, the only other driver besides Haidar to win a street stock feature here at Stafford Motor Speedway this year.
Caprio's going to get the 5th spot. Monahan is going to slide back to 7th as the number 16 of Walt Hovey able to get that spot away. But quickly, the Monahan machine back again to the inside. The 14 gets to the left rear quarter panel. He is there, but does Ovi know he's there? Oh my goodness, getting together there. The 84 of Burt Wallette able to gather it back up again, had to back off. That could have been a huge incident as we had 3 cars right on top of each other. And Larry, that battle's not done. Keep an eye on that 16 and 14.
Well, we are closing in on the halfway point. Next time by will be lap 13 of 25 green flag laps. Haidar is not getting away, though, from Bobby Sturck, the third in that 56 car.
Keep an eye, though, on that 14, Sean Monahan. Some smoke coming off the back of that 14. He's definitely got a tire rub, and we got a car going around off of 4, right in front of the rest of the field. Everybody scatters away, and everybody stays in it, and so far we stay green. That could have been a big-time issue, and it looks like the 16 car has got a right rear tire down, and the 36 machine also up in smoke. But we're going to stay green, Larry, as everybody was able to continue on.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that was tire smoke off of the 36 car, but it looks like it was as he was going pretty much down the infield part of the racetrack.
Walt Hovey's night's going to come to an end as his tire went down. And while we've been kind of keeping an eye on some of the action that's going on deeper in the field, Travis Hydar, while he has continued to lead, he's got company. Bobby Sturck is right there, less than 0.4 of a second, separating first and second, and we've got just 10 laps to go, Larry.
Yeah, right now the top 3 kind of pulling away, but they're not getting separated from each other. They may catch one car up there.
We're going to take a look here. We'll have the replay for you. Keep an eye there on the left side of your screen, Hovey. There you see the contact from Monahan. And I think that right rear tire may have already been going down, as it looked like that tire looked awful soft to me already.
And that may have been why he was in trouble and was falling back like that.
So Travis Hydar, the last time by, ran a pretty quick lap and was able to pull away ever so slightly. And we've got another car going around, one of our top 5 cars over in turn number 4. The 80 of Tyler Trott is around, and he still sits down in the infield section of the racetrack. Yellow flag is coming out.
With 8 laps to go, we had completed 17 laps.
Larry, we're setting ourselves up here for a pretty exciting finish, and Hydar looked like he had started to kind of open it up just a little bit there before that yellow came out. And for the 80 car, Trott still sits there in turn number 4, finally gets it going. And there you see, all by himself there in the middle of turns 3 and 4, luckily able to get it down to the infield and out of harm's way, and everyone else was able to get through there without making any contact and tearing up any race cars.
Yeah, and to your point, Tyler's running inside the top 5, but when you go back now to this upcoming restart, remember it's been Travis Hydar and Johnny Walker on the front row. No longer will it be Johnny Walker up there. It's going to be the 56 car of Bobby Sturck III. So we'll see what he can do on this restart.
Yeah, so going to have some new players, some new contenders up here on this next restart as the track crew working to clean up some of the debris that was kicked up onto the speedway. Again, just super impressed by the job that this crew does here, and you'll see it a little bit later on here as well. Some of our folks from our Freedom Factory crew, of course, making the trip up here with us as well to assist. But we've got 8 laps to go. Field still filing around, single file formation. And we'll see if we'll get the all clear here and get the 1 to go signal this next time by, and the indication from the flag stand is that's exactly what we're going to get.
You know, you mentioned it earlier, just the weather. You're from Florida. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I know in Charlotte we've been having weather in the mid to high 90s with about as much humidity. I've got a flight home in the morning. I might want to stay another day or two. You could not ask for better weather for racing on a Friday night, not a cloud in the sky. I think earlier today it was maybe right around 80 degrees, hardly any humidity.
Larry, I almost forgot what this weather feels like. It's been so hot in Florida the last few months. But again, great hospitality, and they really rolled out the red carpet for us here at Stafford Motor Speedway as the field is lined up and ready to go. Double file. Travis Hydar on the inside. Bobby Sturck going to restart to his outside. Johnny Walker is going to be on the inside. You see what Sturck was able to do that last restart to Walker. Let's see if we can't reverse the roles here, if Walker's able to do the same and return the favor.
Well, I think we've seen it all day long throughout the practice, throughout the heat races. If you're going to beat Hydar, you got to beat him right here. You're going to have to beat him on this restart.
Field works their way out of turn number 4. 8 laps to go in our 25-lap street stock feature. Contact before they even got to the start-finish line. Hydar and Sturck. Sturck on the outside trying to get the advantage, but Hydar plants the right foot and out of turn number 2 and down the backstretch is going to retake the race lead. Sturck gets to the back bumper, runs him up the racetrack ever so slightly, but we continue on. How about that side-by-side battle for third?
Yeah, Sturk got to him going down the back straightaway, gave him that little tap. Hey, I'm right here. But Hydar's car, it just gets off the corner. Right there, boom. It just gets off the corner so good.
Racing for $1,000 on top of what a normal purse would be, $1,000 payday. A big one for the street stocks here tonight at Stafford. Johnny Walker trying to hang on to that third spot. Mike Caprio battling with the 14 of Sean Monahan as well. Car around again here on the front straightaway. The number 2 of Ashton Young. We'll see if we're able to keep it going and stay green. Young still sits down in the grass, and the yellow flag comes out for a 4th time.
Yeah, we've been talking about the car running 4th and 5th a lot tonight. They seem like they've been kind of connected throughout the race. The 33 car, Mike Caprio, the 14 car, Sean Monahan, they've been right together since the drop of the green flag.
Larry, I love a good chain race if you're watching an enduro race, but I don't think these guys in the street stocks want to see that type of race in here. But again, Hydar, you mentioned it, man, hooked up right where he needs to be, apex of the corner, right where you have to commit to the throttle, and he's got the thing locked in and dialed in. Sturk just can't quite put the power down like the 11 does.
Well, when you've got straightaways as long as they have here at Stafford Motor Speedway, and these cars don't have a tremendous amount of power. So obviously a driver that can get in the throttle and stay in it, it's going to make him look like he's got a lot more horsepower, but it's because he got back in the throttle and didn't have to feather the throttle, could stay in it.
And I've seen throughout the majority of the race of 56, definitely on the freer side. The back end's been sticking out a little bit further coming out of turn number 4 that I've noticed. And the 11 of Hydar just doesn't seem to have that. He seems like they've got the grip level just where they need to be on that 11 car. So the field is doubled up, but I do see the lights are still out on the speedway, so the field has not yet been given the 1 to go.
I was pretty impressed. Johnny Walker in that 01 car, he was pretty aggressive on that last restart, restarting right where he's at right now on the inside of the second row. I think he, too, knows the only way you can get Hydar, it's got to happen on restart.
I don't think they're going to play nice anymore. Lights are out on the speedway, and we're going to go back to green. Elbows out racing for the next 6 laps at $1,000, and a great start for Hydar. 3 wide down into turns 1 and 2. Big time problems for the 56 as he's going to go from 2nd all the way back to 5th, potentially 6th. There's that battle we've been talking about all race long. Caprio and Monahan for a spot on the podium. You got the 84 not far behind them as well as Hydar and Walker see 5 to go.
Yeah, something happened to that 56 car. Bobby stuck to third on the restart, and the caution is out on the speedway again.
Trouble again at the tail end of the field, and once again involving the number 2 of Ashton Young. I believe that's his 3rd incident of the night. And he is going to bring his car to pit road as we take a look at the heat wave visual replay again. And yeah, just lost it all by himself. And unfortunately, the nowhere to go there was the 36 car. And the 36 of David Mesha Jr. just nowhere to go, made pretty heavy contact with the right front of his Monte Carlo.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like Ashton Young in that 2 car. You see him right there pulled in the infield. It's almost like he was up out of the groove just a little bit when that car came around on him.
So Young down into the infield as the rest of the field gets to form up once again behind the pace car. And we did not take that last lap. They did get 1 lap in, so we're going to have ourselves a little 5-lap dash for cash here. $1,000 going to the winner of this 25 laps street stock feature. It has been all Travis Hydar so far. Can he hang on for 5 more circuits around this half mile and claim himself a big prize?
Well, we know how aggressive the Caprio in that 33 car has been. We know how aggressive that Monahan has been in the 14, and now they're going to restart on that second row.
So the field doubles up, lights out around the speedway, and lights are off on the pace car. Field has dwindled down to 10, but we got some great racing still to go. Don't go anywhere at the conclusion of this one. It's going to be Van Prix time coming up in just a bit, as I know some of the Van Prix drivers starting to make their preparations back in the pit area. But we got $1,000 to give out, and Travis Hydar and Johnny Walker going to try to settle it. Green is out once again.
Johnny Walker got a good restart on Hydar, but watch Hydar right here, right in the middle of 1 and 2. car rotates, and look, he's going to pull away by more than a car length down the back straightaway.
Monahan with the battle now for second. He's right there, gets to the inside of the 01. They may have touched again. Here comes Monahan again on the inside. He wants that runner-up spot. Can he chase down the 11 of Travis Hydar in the closing laps?
I think the last thing that Hydar wants now is another restart with that 14 car on the inside.
He's got to be looking back in the mirror. Come on, boys, let's just bring it home.
The Monahammer back there in second.
But what a recovery. Remember, he had to go back through the field after being involved in an earlier incident. He's worked his way all the way up to second. We're keeping an eye now on watching that fifth place battle. Caprio's been about a fifth place car all night long. And for Johnny Walker, he is stuck there on the outside, just lost 2 spots. The 56 of Bobby Sturck able to get around him again. And some of the competitors that were so strong earlier on have faded here in the closing laps as we're coming to 2 to go.
See that 84 car, Burt Willett, he's starting to work on Monahan for that second spot. But to your point right there, next time by will be the white flag.
White flag will be out this next time by. Hydar's extended his lead to about a 4-car length advantage, which is about 1 second on the speedway. Hydar drifted up the racetrack ever so slightly there in 3 and 4, but able to power down, and the white flag waves from Travis Hydar.
And unlike NASCAR, he's got to get back around and see a checkered flag. It's not like the next flag ends the race. He wants to see a checkered flag and not a caution flag.
He opened that lead up to 1 second, and he's going to bring it into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. He's been to victory lane 7 times this year. Make it 8, and $1,000 going to Travis Hydar. He wins your 25-lap street stock feature.
Willett in that 84, he gave it one more shot in turns 3 and 4 on Monahan. It just did not quite work out. Travis Hydar, the winner of the street stock feature here tonight, Stafford Motor Speedway. $1,000 to win a street stock race. That's about as good as it gets right there. '14 car, Sean Monahan finished in second, and then the 84 car, who actually won heat race number 2, Burt Willett. Well, the street stock race is in the books, and we're going to be right back shortly to Stafford Motor Speedway. We're going to get ready for the Van Prix here directly.
Hey, fellers, looking for a deal on some merchandise, maybe a new Freedom Factory t-shirt or a Turbo Cletus hat? Well, since you're on our live stream, or maybe you're here in person, 20% off is what we got for you. Use code FREEDOM and hit up ClevelandPrawn.com. It's a prime time to get merch because we got our TRX giveaway going on, so a little 20% off coupon for you. Code FREEDOM, hit up ClevelandPrawn.com after the race.
For over 10 years, our mission has been to find the bleeding edge between form and function, developing eyewear rooted in everything fast and loud, building a team of not just drivers, but those who are driven.
We are down in victory lane where Travis Hydar gets to take home some unique hardware. What do you think about that trophy, brother?
This thing's pretty sweet. You got the bald eagle and everything. Come on.
You got to come down and run with us a little bit down at the Freedom Factory, but we're so excited to be up here at Stafford. And Travis, man, you've been on a absolute tear this year. 8th victory of the year and some big cash on the line here tonight. Man, I know you didn't want to see all those yellows. You had to be like, come on, boys, let's bring this thing home. I got some money on the line.
Yeah, the cautions were definitely a little anxious there, and one of them got a little rough, but got through it, and here we are.
How exciting is it to have your division and the street stocks here be a part of this New England 900 weekend?
This is awesome. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be another time that I get to race in front of a sold-out crowd, so this is really, really cool for me.
Well, if you're going to run, a Cletus McFarland event and you're going to win, there's a little catchphrase I think you have to say. Do you think you could maybe say that for us? Hell yeah, brother. That's right. Travis Hydar, your street stock winner here tonight at Stafford. And we'll hear from our second place finisher, Sean Monahan. Sean, what a great job, great recovery, and I love that you're sporting the Cletus logo on the hood there. How much fun was it out there, brother?
We had a lot of fun out there today, and this is my third time ever racing at Stafford Speedway. We just picked this car up Monday night, and I got a sign company, Critical Signs. We figured we just put Cletus stuff all over the car, and you bet your ass if I had a chance to bite him and going into one of them corners, I would have been standing over there in Victory Lane. He's got his A game on, and we're just here to have fun. Thank everybody for coming out. It's an awesome day to be at Stafford Speedway.
Great job, Sean. Great recovery, bringing it home in second. Sean Monahan and Burt Willett bringing it home in third. Burt, a nice recovery. Way to get back up there again and try to battle it out there, man. Travis has been so tough all year, but I know you've got to feel pretty good. Stout field like this. Have you ever seen a crowd like this before, brother?
No, this is the first time racing in front of a crowd like that. Thank you, fans, for coming out and supporting this. Thank you for Stafford and Cletus for putting the show on. What a great event to be a part of. I'm so grateful to be here, to be a part of this, and now to be on the podium just makes it that much sweeter.
And the good thing is now you can hang out and you can enjoy the show.
Better believe we will.
Good job, Burt. Congratulations, brother. How about it? One more time. Street Stocks.
Welcome back to Stafford Motor Speedway, Stafford Springs, Connecticut. I'm Larry McReynolds alongside of Jake Wilson. We've got one race in the books, the Street Stocks, and now you're going to see something like you have never seen before. It's called Van Pre-Racing, and I want you to make sure and look there on the asphalt in infield. That jump is there for a reason. They have to use that jump at least one lap during this 8 to 10 lap race.
And for some people, they're going to use it more than once. And by more than once,
for the fun of it,
I mean almost every lap. So there you see it, parked down in the infield section as the fans get ready to get started. And we don't really want to make these guys be able to use the whole track, so we're kind of narrowing things up a little bit here on the front stretch. Larry, do we want to take an over-under bet here on how many vans survive this thing?
Well, I think we have 7 vans. Based on my experience at the Freedom Factory last November, if there are 2 to 3 running at the end, I will be totally surprised.
I would almost want to set the line at like 5.5, maybe even 6.5.
Very aggressive. Very aggressive,
We may
Jay.
not even have that one that makes it.
Very aggressive.
Because if you ever saw Talladega Nights, you saw how Ricky Bobby and Jean Girard had to finish one of their races on foot. We had that same experience in Indianapolis earlier this year, so we'll see if we have a repeat of that or not.
Well, to your point, the rules are you have to use that jump on the back straightaway of this racetrack at least once. But I think just for fun, they'll use it time and time and time again. I know at the Van Prix down at the Freedom Factory in November, there were a couple of them. They were hitting so hard using the jump that the rear ends came completely out from under them.
Busted radiators. Removed front bumpers, broken undercarriages. You're going to see that all. And you've got our list of drivers getting strapped in and ready to go as the field is lined up on the front straightaway. We're just making sure we have all the necessary and final preparations made. We got to make sure people are in a safe space right now. We have to make sure everybody's not out where they can get nailed. In the 169, you're going to have Banks. In the 369, you're going to have Jake Sherbrooke, who won our Van Prix back at Indy. Robbie Layton pulling some double duty tonight, going to be in the 42. Ryan O'Connor in the number 22. Christian Arhart in the number 1. And you're also going to have Gavin Shred O'Connor and Speedy Cop behind the wheel of the number 32 van, as now we've got the full field out there. Listen, folks, take a look, embrace it, take it in, because these vans aren't going to look this good here in about 5 minutes.
That one that just pulled up there actually looks pretty nice.
That one, I mean, if that one survives it, we might maybe need to take that back to the hotel later. I don't know. All right, Stafford Motor Speedway, are y'all ready for some Van Prix? All right.
I love the fact when we asked Cletus how many laps, he said it's a fluid situation.
Yeah,
It's kind of a fluid situation.
8-ish, 10-ish, something like that. All right, we do a countdown for this one. This is when fan participation not only is appreciated, but it's kind of necessary. So once again, I'm going to ask you, Stafford Motor Speedway, y'all ready for some Van Prix? All right, let's count them down. 5, 4. It's Van Prix time.
It's what we call a standing start. No pace laps for the Van Prix.
Listen, just because it's Van Prix doesn't mean we're not sophisticated, Larry. We can. Oh, and we've got problems. What is going on? The 199 can't even get across the start-finish line. First time hitting the ramp.
Yeah, two or three of them that went across the ramp that time.
Well, the 80 has said, you know what, I'm going to get it out of the way right out of the gate and getting turned around. You've got obstacles all over the place and a head-on collision there as the 369 of Jake Sherbrooke, our winner from Indy, having trouble. And we'll see if anybody's a little bit more aggressive or a little bit more conservative rather this time and tries to stay away from that ramp. It looks like everybody opted to skip it this time.
Well, in the interim, the 169, Banks is leading this race with the 32-car Speedy Cop van, I might add, running second. We got them scattered all over the front straightaway.
So we've got 2 vans that are blocking traffic that have made things even more narrow. The number 1 of Christian Arhart just hit the ramp and made it through, making heavy contact over there in turns 3 and 4. I mean, Larry, it's hard to keep up with, but I mean, we're dumping radiator fluid all over the place. There's water getting poured out of the bottom of some of these vans, and we're just barely getting this thing started.
And right now, the leader of that 169, Banks, Jake Sherbrooke, in the 369, dealing him a very tough time, is a lap van right now.
Well, and we may have an issue here. The jump has been moved on the back straightaway. I'm not sure if we're going to have to bring out a yellow or a red flag here, because now that jump is pointed straight towards the infield as the 169 of Banks hits the jump.
He made it work. There goes the 32. Speedy Cop.
Speedy Cop getting by, and this time by, Banks is getting getting a high five from our flagman AJ, as that indicates we think we're going to have 5 laps to go. But how about the number 1 bus of Earhart? He has just continued to hit the ramp. He said, you know what, I hit it once, I might as well just keep doing it.
And I don't know what the number, I don't know who's driving the blue van, but it has taken a beating from that one van.
Tapping on the roof coming by, and that one van, I don't know how there's any water pressure left in that thing at all, and he's just going to hit the ramp again. There goes the back bumper.
Lost a bunch of stuff out of the back of it that time, the one van did.
Yeah, I don't think these things are going to be used as a grocery getter anytime soon, and you certainly don't want this thing coming to soccer practice.
We'll just call this the blue van on the front straightaway right now. No name, no number.
Well, and Banks, the good thing that he's got going right now, I mean, he's got a pretty big advantage as Earhart just continues to pummel that ramp back there at this point with the way some of these vans are starting to drop. If you're Banks, you just got to try to bring it home here at this point. He's got a 3-lap advantage right now over the rest of the field based off our timing and scoring.
We have half the vans still running. We've got 4 vans running, and then we've got 4 scattered around the racetrack at different places.
Well, Jake Shearbrook, I thought, was about to barrel roll that time over the ramp, and there goes the 1. I don't think that thing's going to make it any further, but what do I know?
Completely lost the rear bumper. There's more parts and pieces over in turn 3 than you can even count.
We swear this is not a demolition derby, but that's normally what it ends up looking like, and I feel bad for the poor crew that's going to have to clean this one up. They're going to earn their money's worth here. White flag is out. Banks, can he get it around one more time?
These 2 vans on the back straightaway, they may have something to say about him making it around one more time.
The one able to go over one more time. I'm pretty sure if there was a winner for who hit the ramp the most times, it was that number 1. But for Banks, the 169, one final time through turn number 4, back onto the front stretch. Your winner, the 169 of Banks.
That was quite the show.
That's what it's all about. As we'll get ready to send it down here to Victory Lane, and we're going to have some cleanup in the 169. You know what? I won this thing. Let's try to make sure there's no way we can drive this thing home.
Trying to put that van out of its misery, I think.
And I think that last jump might have did it in. Well, he got out of the van and ran the last time as that blue van just destroyed the whole front end of that thing. I mean, all the lights and everything. I mean, we talked about how nice a van that looked at the start of this thing, and not anymore.
Saw Jake Sherbrook in at 369. He did the jump the last time down the back straightaway. Now he has just pulled up there behind the winner, Banks, in the 169.
So we'll see if he's going to climb out. There's Banks hopping out the back, and he's going to get a ride over here to the start-finish line. Make some noise, Stafford Speedway. Your winner, Banks, getting a ride to the start-finish line and puts the checker flag up in the air and salutes a sold-out crowd at Stafford Motor Speedway.
To me, Jake, that wasn't about who won or who lost. That was about just a lot of fun and quite the show. And now we've got the cleanup crew, who's probably going to have the biggest task now to clean all this debris up here on the front straightaway before we take the green flag here in a little while on the New England 900. 19 Crown Vics with drivers like NASCAR star Greg Biffle, Travis Pastrana, and the star of the show, Cletus McFarland. Can I get a hell yeah, brother? There we go. All about Friday night, Stafford Motor Speedway, the Van Prix. Quite the show. Going to take a while to clean all these vans and all this debris up, but we will have it nice and clean before we get ready for the New England 900. Cletus, once again, the Van Prix did not disappoint, did it, buddy?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Banks down here, winner of the Van Prix. Brother, here's your bald eagle. How do you feel?
Oh, you know what? It's pretty good. Travis always brings us to all these cool events, as well as Cletus hosting them. They got the late models as well as the vans and the Crown Vics. I beat my girlfriend because she didn't win in the Vic, so how's that?
What'd you think, Gray? He did good?
He finally won one, so I'm happy. We get an eagle, so I'll take it.
Yeah! How's your back?
Oh, it's good. I wish I could hit it more, but I ran out of gas right there. I was going to keep going.
Ran out of gas. You sure about that? I think your van might be totaled, brother.
Good call.
All right. What do you guys think about the Van Prix? All right. Well, that was just a little appetizer for the New England 900. All right. Folks, I'm going to send it up to the booth. We might listen to some music, hang out. We're going to clean up. We're going to pull the Crown Vics up here, and we're racing for 90 laps. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Cletus. We appreciate everybody and all their hard work. And we're going to step aside here for just a minute, try to give you a little bit of a history lesson and look behind the scenes here at Stafford Motor Speedway.
So I've never worked anywhere else my entire life. Might be weird to say, but I grew up here. I picked up trash. I did every job there is, still doing it today. My immediate family of four is here. Our wives work here part-time, full-time. It just goes to show how we're dedicated as a family to our facility, our speedway, Stafford Springs, and auto racing overall. My name is David Arute. I am the GM here at Stafford Speedway. This is our family business. We've never done anything else. We grew up around racing, auto racing, event promotions, and this is our livelihood. We're here every day, 24/7 almost. I think my dad lives here in the back. This is our livelihood. We put in our heart and soul into our facility, and we hope everyone here enjoys it. And enjoys it as much as we do. We have a lot of history here in town, from the original buildings on Main Street to original buildings down the road. Stafford Springs is that small town feel that you dream about. It's one of those small towns where you know everyone at the coffee shop, you know everyone when you go to lunch. Anyone, you could call your neighbor up and they'll come help you out with your car. It's a small town, New England style, and we're here for auto racing. As you can see, a lot of the buildings here look like barns, and that's what they are. They were originally horse barns in the early 70s, because this was originally the Stafford Springs Agricultural Park. A trolley used to run from downtown Hartford and stop at the front gate to let people off at the fair. This was the hopping place in the fair at the time. This was trolley racing, trotter racing, horse racing, and the track was all dirt still. In the late 60s, it got paved and it changed into auto racing. That's when sprint cars, midgets, winged cars, that's when we started auto racing. In 1970, my grandfather purchased the facility, and it was introduced into a different form of auto racing, and that is the SK Modified. Later in the 70s, SK Modifieds took off, and we're still racing them today as our premier division. This is definitely a unique and different promotion event for us. And when we got contact from the Cletus McFarland Group and the Freedom Factory, it was impossible not to say no. This was something that we looked forward to since we first started discussions with them. This was something that we wanted to bring here to New England, to Connecticut, to Stafford Springs, and open up our facility to some of the most exciting, interactive fan base, YouTubers, everything there is. You can't go wrong with what we're going to see today on track. This is the old banquet hall on our property that we now use as storage and as our office space. Originally built in 1912 as the fair facility where the pies would be shown, or the Lego contest, right? But now it's our storage, and we have my race car in here. It just goes to show that even with all this history, we're going to keep it alive. It's a great building, a lot of old architecture, some really old photos in here as well. We have original winners from the early 80s, 70s, back to, I think, the original first SK Modified winner. So this is an SK Modified. You can see it has really large tires on it. It is an open wheel race car. Doesn't have large tires on the front right now, that's just so it fits in a trailer. Open wheel racing. Generally, there's another car right next to you going 120 miles an hour and you're bumping off of them. Low to the ground, 2 inches off the ground, 2,600 pounds, 500 horsepower, a pure adrenaline rush every time you step on that throttle. So these 3 windows were originally the payout windows in the beginning days of auto racing here. So the racers would come up, get paid in cash at these windows, and this was the banquet hall at the time. They'd go down to the bar, purchase some drinks for the crew, and pay with the money they just got paid out. So a lot of times that money would be paid out, and this was the hopping place back then. That was a long time ago. A lot of those things are probably illegal now that were done here. But we no longer do that. It's no longer the pay windows. It showcases some of the best modified racers that have been here, the trophies they have won. And it's just one of those historical things about this banquet hall. Sometimes we got to pinch ourselves. Another sold out weekend. It's just something that we can't believe. Not many times does that happen at a facility like ours. And with every last one of you, even all of you on Freedom Plus, all the upgrades we get to do to our facility every year is because of you. From the new big screen TV to the double hook bar behind me, new ticket booths, new grandstands, concrete pads. This is unbelievable, and because of you guys, we're able to keep this place going, keep us to the top level that we are, and we are so pumped to have the New England 900 and the Burnout Rivals here and such a great crowd. And welcome to Stafford Speedway.
And he absolutely spoke the truth. You can see the crowd there. You cannot take a shoehorn and put another person in here. They opened the gates about 3 p.m. today. I got here a little after 11. By 12 o'clock, people were already lined up to get in this beautiful little half-mile racetrack. It sits right outside of Stafford Springs, just a beautiful setting. What a beautiful night for some Friday night racing here at Stafford Motor Speedway. I got to walk around a little bit today. You saw that wall there that has all the drivers, top drivers, modified drivers in particular from Stafford Motor Speedway, names like Richie Evans, Jerry Cook, Teddy Christopher, the Bodine brothers, Jeff and Todd and Brett, and Jimmy Spencer, drivers that's won races in the top series of NASCAR. Again, I talked about it earlier. I've heard about Stafford Motor Speedway my entire career, and it's just such a pleasure to come here and be a part of this night. We've already had the street stock division. They've already got their race in the books. Travis Hydar taking the victory lane, $1,000 he got. And we just saw the Van Prix, the New England 2024 Van Prix, Banks in the 169 winning that. But the big show is still to come, the New England 900. 19 Crown Victorians racing for 90 laps. Caution laps will count probably for about the first 50 to 60 laps. but then it's going to be guaranteed a green flag finish. These cars are pretty much stock. They're retired highway patrol cars, taxi cabs, state trooper cars. They do have a lot of safety equipment that's built into them. You've got the racing seats, you've got a roll cage. These drivers have to wear fire retardant outfits pretty much from the head to the toe. They have to run a head and neck restraint device. And that's the other thing that I was impressed with about this half-mile racetrack. They do not run NASCAR here, but as I walked around this racetrack, I looked in the corners, and it has safer barriers. We know how much that has meant to the safety of racing. Safer barriers in the outside wall, turns 1 and 2 and turns 3 and 4. Just another box is checked about what an amazing facility that this half-mile racetrack will be. Again, we spoke about it earlier. We had a couple of drivers that had travel issues here. We know all the issues that we've had all over the country today with this whole Microsoft breakdown. But we have Greg Biffle that's been over in Lime Rock preparing for a race there. Tomorrow, he's going to come over and he's going to participate for the first time ever in a Crown Vic race. He did not get to qualify that car, that 70 car. He'll start tail end Charlie, but I'd say he's going to be fun and exciting to watch. We have Travis Pastrana. We've got Cletus McFarland. And remember, the field will be inverted, the entire field, which is going to put Robbie Layton in the 42 car on the pole. We just saw Robbie in the Van Prix, so we're doing a little bit of double duty here tonight at Stafford Motor Speedway.
Well, Larry, I got a little bit of breaking news down here. First of all, Greg Biffle has made it here. So Greg Biffle is behind the wheel of the number 70 car that was going to be piloted by Brad DeBerti. And because Greg missed qualifying, Greg is going to start at the tail end of the field. Now, if you watch the Indy 800, Tony Stewart did the same thing and had to start shotgun on the field. And it only took him 15 laps to get the race lead. Can Greg do the same or do a little better here tonight and try to get a little bit of a better finish than Tony did? The other breaking news we have down here is that Kevin Smith has gone to a backup car. The number 78 car had trouble earlier in qualifying, and they have already burned one of the available backup cars. So Kevin Smith, new car for him here tonight. We'll see if that affects him as we're getting ready to do some driver introductions as the field is getting lined up here on the front stretch.
So yeah, they had 3 backup cars that they brought up here from the Freedom Factory, but to Jake's point, it sounds like one has already been put to use, and that will be the 78 car of Kevin Smith, KSR, an engine builder, winner of the 2021 Freedom 500, as well as the 2022 Danger Ranger. Last year, he won the Indy 800 and the Danger Ranger at the Freedom Factory. So Kevin is used to victory lane, but he will have to do it tonight in pretty much a backup car. Again, earlier today we had qualifying LS George in the 3 car. He was fastest in that Crown Vic, but Cletus McFarland, as we anticipated, made the decision. We're going to invert the field, and that's going to put LS George back there with Greg Biffle, as well as Travis Pastrana in the 198, because Travis qualified second. So inverted, that puts Robbie Layton in the 42 car on the pole. Forrest Lawson never raced anything in that 199. He's going to get baptism by fire, though, because he's going to be starting on the outside of the front row in that 199 car. That is pretty much Travis Pastrana's wild card that he brought here. Again, Forrest Lawson in the 198, 20 years old, an extreme surfer, snowboarding, skateboarding. Just has never done any racing, but he will be starting on the front row. Boy, I really love that piece on the history of Stafford Motor Speedway. We talked about it earlier, opened in 1870, originally used for horse racing. At the end of World War II, started racing here on the dirt with automobiles. NASCAR came here in 1959, the dirt track. They paved it in 1967. And just so many things. It's so neat. I look down there outside of turn 4, the double hook patio, nice place to take in a race. And as I did a little research, Cup Series driver Ryan Preece was the 2011 Stafford Motor Speedway SK Modified Series champion. And also, at that point, his future wife, Heather, was the same year the Series Rookie of the Year. So, again, so many neat stories, so much history of this half-mile racetrack, Stafford Motor Speedway. Again, the New England 900 will be 90 laps. There will be no time limit. We'll have things like the free pass, or we like to call it the lucky dog, who's ever the highest in the running order. That's not on the lead lap. When the caution comes out, they will get a lap back. We go back to the last completed lap if the caution comes out. And the leader, he gets to choose. Do I want to start on the inside or do I want to start on the outside? These drivers have the option of using a spotter. You see the grandstands down there on the outside of turn 1. If you're using a spotter, that's where that spotter will be. They're also use what we call a race-ceiver. And that way the race director can talk to the drivers during the race through a small little radio. We're getting them all lined up here on the front stretch, getting ready for a little pre-race ceremony, getting ready for Jake Wilson, the little driver introduction. To tell you the stars of the night, 19 drivers, 90 laps in Crown Vics. Yeah, I've been doing these Crown Vic races for Cletus McFarland since 2020, but I've always done the 2.4 hour of La Mullet. That'll be happening again this November. Make sure you go to baldeagle.com, cletusmcfarland.com. Be a great time of year, you folks up here in New England, to come down to Bradenton Farland to the Freedom Factory and take on the 2.4 hour La Mullet. Always a very awesome event. It's a team of 2 drivers per car. Well, Jake, how about if we meet the stars of the night? Let's introduce these 19 drivers for the New England 900.
Well, Larry, starting up at the front of the field here in this race means qualifying didn't go very well. But Robbie Layton, you get to lead us to the green here tonight. Your first chance to get an opportunity to drive one of these Crown Vics. How fired up to you to be a part of this?
I'm so excited, but I'm so nervous.
I don't want to terrify you, but there's a guy that won a lot of NASCAR races, and he's going to be coming for you, and he's probably going to be on your bumper in a couple of laps.
I was afraid of that, but you know what? We got pole position. Let's just try to save it.
How excited are you just for this whole weekend in general, being here and being a part of Burnout Rivals again tomorrow, too?
You know what? To be honest, just showing up, we've already won. So just being here.
Well, the most important thing is have fun, brother. That's what it's all about. Robbie, great to have you here. Robbie Layton, who thinks Robbie Layton can keep it up front? Hey, give yourself a little self-confidence there. Rolling off second. If Robbie Layton is a rookie, Forrest Lawson, what are you, brother? Because I've been watching videos of you snowboarding, skateboarding, and all this, but I've never seen you drive a race car before.
Well, this is the first time I've ever watched a race and the first time I'm ever going to race.
Oh, that's reassuring.
Yeah, no, I don't really drive or race cars.
Well,
but guess what? I am here to give it 100%. The last week, Travis has been teaching me, and I feel like I have something to show.
Travis is somebody that you can definitely learn from. How are we feeling? How's the body? Any broken bones? I know that's a regular thing in your camp.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Good. Well, let's keep it that way. Good luck, brother. All right, make some noise for it. Forrest Lawson going to start up here on the front row. And we'll make our way over here to our third place starter, Roman Atwood. We got any Roman Atwood fans in the house? Listen, Roman, they kind of give you some grief sometimes that maybe you're not the greatest Crown Vic driver, but the stats would show you're starting to figure these things out.
Listen, I know how these things work. a sandbag qualifier. Now I'm up front.
I mean, cleats kind of showed the way in the past that's kind of the way to do it. But what do you think? Starting up front, you think you can keep it up here?
Nope.
Oh. All right, well, good luck.
We're going to have some fun. We're going to put on a show. Nobody cares about a race. Let's play.
Roman Atwood rolling off third, starting to his outside. Jimmy Oaks, another driver making one of your first attempts here in one of these Cleetus events. Nervous at all?
Yeah, I'm quite stressed.
Stressed? It's racing. It's supposed to be fun. It's going to be a good time. You got a packed crowd here at Stafford. What can you be stressed about?
We're going to have fun. The first couple laps will be weird, but you'll forget all about it and just start having a blast. That's how it always goes.
Just turn fast, or go fast, turn left, and don't hit the wall.
I'll try my best.
Good luck. Jimmy Oaks making a start with us, and we didn't want to see this, but a little bit of breaking news. Kevin Smith, former Freedom 500 champion, already going to the backup car. What happened, dude?
I was on 7 for the qualifying laps, and basically I was wide open the entire lap, so that was all she had. You know, hopefully this one hangs in there. We'll see.
What are your thoughts on airport travel?
I'm not a fan of Delta Airlines today. I'll be very honest with everyone here. It was bad. It was very bad.
You and several others.
I think Kevin sandbagged qualifying and then intentionally broke his car to get a fresh one.
No, you're denying that?
No. I gave it all it had, so that's what it was.
Hey, no pressure. You've won several of these Crown Vic races, but it's been a little bit.
It has been a little while. So I've had some good runs and taken myself out late in them. Been rubbed on by some other people and kind of gotten taken out. And, you know, it is what it is. So we'll try to finish this one first, and then maybe we can be up front.
There's only one first winner of the inaugural New England 900, and it might be you. Kevin Smith going to go for it here tonight. He's rolling off from the 5th spot. And Kyle from the Boosted Boys going to roll off 6th. Kyle, qualifying didn't quite go your way, but invert's going to work out for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it went my way. I'm up here at the front. I think I haven't won one of these just because they don't have any turbos on them. I think that would really help, but you know, I'm up here at the front. I'm going to do my best to stay up here. We got some gnarly drivers out here, and it's my first time out here. This is awesome. I love Connecticut. Thank you all for coming out. This is going to be awesome. We're going to have some fun. Let's do this thing.
You got a lot of rookie drivers in front of you, but some savvy vets coming behind you. Are you going to be trying to push a little earlier here to try to get up front and try to hold those guys off?
I'll probably take it slow at first, kind of feel it out, and you know, let the guys that might be a little better than me get ahead, kind of learn off them, feel it out, and then make some moves near the end and avoid crashes and just do my thing.
All right, well, best of luck, brother. Rolling off 6th. Kyle from the Boosted Boys. As we work our way back through the field, let's make some noise for Dr. Parker. Teeth and Turbos back with us here in the New England 900 at your first race with us this year. But if we go back to last year, man, you almost won Bristol.
Yeah, we got a 2nd place in Bristol. And I got to say to everyone here that's in Connecticut, there's 2 things I really like about y'all. 1, the pizza. But 2, it's the fans, man. This place is freaking awesome.
Excited to get back behind the wheel again here, but you think you can knock the rust off pretty quickly and get up there to the front?
You know, they got an amazing track here, and it's a tough one. And we're going to give it 100% tonight and put on a good show for all y'all.
Well, what do you think? He's kind of rusty at these things. Does he remember how to do this?
Well, here's one thing you can notice. Mac, could you show them the side of Parker's car really quick? Back up, Parker. Just real quick. Watch out. There is a dent on every single panel on Parker's car. So we had to give him a couple race suspension, but he's back now, and he has sworn to not crash into everything on the track.
Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, the car came like that.
Best of luck, brother. Good to have you back again. Make some noise for Dr. Parker. Teeth and Turbo starting to his outside, rolling off 8th is number 13, Tommy Efya, making a trip with us, your first chance to race with us. Tommy, what have you gotten yourself into?
I don't know, honestly. I'm just hoping to keep the livery pretty.
It's a Crown Vic.
Yeah, but it's a pretty one.
Well, it starts out pretty. You saw what we saw over there.
We'll see.
Honest prediction, what are you looking to try to do here?
I would just be stoked to stay in the middle of the pack. If I can end where I start, I'll be happy.
Well, best of luck. You got a NASCAR driver starting at the tail end of the field. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, let's make some noise. Tommy Efya rolling off from the A spot, starting in 9th. Somehow, some way, Jim York, how in the heck are you here, number one, and how in the heck are you going to finish 90 laps?
I'm going to live forever. It says it on the car. It's not just a statement, it's a lifestyle.
Did you have to speak to your surgeon before this race to get any kind of approval, or you just like send it?
We had a doctor's appointment, and I just asked if I could drive. He said yes, and fair enough.
That's all we need to know. All right. Best of luck, Jim. Congratulations on number one just being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Rolling off 10th. Where's our Vice Grip Garage fans? Derek, runner-up at Indy. You've been oh so close. No pressure. Cletus picked you to win. Is tonight the night?
You know, I think there's a very good possibility, and this track and facility is amazing. And you East Coast fans are just mind-boggling. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate you.
Derek, best of luck. We'll see if Derek can park it in victory lane here tonight as we work our way back through the field. Second half of the field rolling off 11th. Our Freedom 500 champion, JH. Dude, this is like your third car in like 2 days. What's going on?
Yeah, I had some pretty bad luck with some cars, and this is another one of the spares, so we'll see what it does.
You have really gotten the hang of these Crown Vics. What are your expectations starting a little bit deeper in the field? You got to kind of hold off some pretty fast cars behind you, and I think Greg Biffle's going to be pretty good too.
Yeah, there's a lot of good drivers behind me, a couple in front of me, so it's going to get really interesting.
What shade of spray tan do you think Cletus needs?
I think we need to go with a really bright orange.
Bright orange? Yeah, I think that would look good. Make your eyes pop. Well, best of luck, brother.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's make some noise for J.H. Diesel. What shade does he get?
Oh, if he's getting a spray tan, I'm not worried about it being a dark shade. I'm going for orange.
Perfect. All right, you're starting on his outside. Cletus rolling off 12th. Can you win? You won the first Freedom 500. Can you win the first New England 900?
Yeah, I'm actually, here we go. I'm feeling real confident today. A lot of people wish me luck today, so I appreciate that. Who wants to see the number 4 get a W tonight? All right. Also, I vow right now, if I win, I will give the lawnmower to someone in the crowd.
Whoa, a John Deere?
Yeah, I have a John Deere 0 turn. So I'm going to be honest. I'd rather see one of these guys with my John Deere. So if I win, someone's going home with a John Deere.
That's what's up. All right, rolling back through the rest of the field, starting 13th, coming off a third-place finish at Indy, his best ever finish in one of these Crown Vics. Make some noise for Jack Stand Jimmy. Hey, first time here. You want to be the first winner of the New England 900?
I mean, that'd be nice. Coming off that third-place finish in Indy, I think I'm due for, a second or first to follow it up.
You guys looked pretty good earlier in qualifying. You have some hot shoes behind you there, but you think you can get up to the front and hold these guys off?
Yeah, the pack behind me kind of races clean, so I think we'll be able to push through the front of this field and have a clean race.
Well, these Crown Vics, you get to kind of beating and banging on each other, and sometimes things don't go your way. They have a saying for that. You know what it is?
Yeah, rubbin's racing.
It's just racing.
Yep.
All right, Jack Stand Jimmy going to roll off 13th, and starting to his outside, he won the Indy 800, and he beat Tony frickin' Stewart. Make some noise for Zach Walker. Zach, you're no longer a dark horse.
No.
You're somebody that they're going to keep an eye on, and you got a target on your back now.
Well, we also got to talk about the car's a little different since Indy. My wife smoked the wall. God bless her heart.
God bless her, but it was that was rough.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure how the car is going to go. We got a nice sticker, Megan wall hitter. So hopefully loose is fast, and we get through the corners, and we pull that number 1. My lawnmower blew up Tuesday.
Hey, you needed that motor bad at Indy, and now you need the mower. So best of luck, Zach, and congratulations again winning that Indy race. But he's got to get ready to go for 90 laps and try to hold off the rest of the field as we work our way back, starting in the 15th spot. Let's make some noise for Ty Braun. Ty, you were selected for a random social media question where it was an Ask a Fan, and we just picked it completely at random. The question we picked was from @Garrett_1320 video. He said, how many laps and how many hours did you spend in the simulator?
Man, quite a lot. I won't lie to you. A good bit.
Yeah, you're one of the guys that definitely took advantage of my racing time. What do you think about this track?
I love this track. It's super, super technical. And all I have to say to Garrett is, if you're not prepared, that's not my fault.
Well, best of luck, man. Good job. Great run. Ty Braun rolling off from the 15th spot, starting to his outside. Brett from PFI Speed. Brent had that thing rolling in qualifying. You got to try to rebound. You want to get a good run. I know you were disappointed after Indy. Do you think you can get it done tonight?
I'll get it done tonight, for sure, 100%.
How much fun is it to get to come out? You've become an absolute regular in these Crown Vic races. How much is it for some of these young guys and some of these new guys? What are they in for up there?
They're in for a party. This is an absolute blast. This is going to be cool.
Brent, good luck, brother. Thank you. All right, Brent from PFI Speed. Sorry, man. All right, working our way back here. Starting from the 17th spot. We got any Travis Pastrana fans in the house? Dude, that was an awesome qualifying run. You were typically not known as a great qualifier back in your day. However, you showed them here tonight.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Hey, normally I'm seeing you run a power boat down in Florida this time of year, so it's good to have you back up here and again. First time back in one of these since the Freedom 500, where you came oh so close. You think you can get it done here tonight?
Man, I really hope so. I tell you what, I've been doing the Freedom 500 a few years, and man, it's so much fun hanging with Cletus. Got so many awesome influencers out here, awesome racers, and Greg freaking Biffle is here tonight. I'm pretty pumped.
That's awesome. Well, Travis, great to have you back here again. Best of luck. Travis Pastrana rolling off from the 17th spot and starting to his outside. Quick time at Stafford Speedway. Make some noise for LS George. It's getting a little late in the day, but go ahead and hit him with it, brother.
It's never too late for a nice little Buenos Dias. No. Not me. You guys on 3. 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm talking about.
George, best of luck. You got a guy that won over 50 NASCAR races starting right behind you. No pressure, right?
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. I got the Biff behind me, Travis Pastrana next to me. So I'm already feeling pretty good about myself. I can go home with that. But it's a crazy track. All you guys out there in Connecticut, man, you guys are awesome. It has been great so far. So happy to be here. Thanks to Cleet for making this happen. And we're about to put on a show.
Biffle to your outside, Pastrana to the inside. I guess that's what we call a squirrel sandwich, right? Exactly. Good luck, man. All right, folks, make some noise for the super sub, Greg Biffle. Greg, super convenient that you're in Connecticut this weekend. Any influence possibly from Tony Stewart down, back in Indy to want to get behind the wheel of one of these things?
Well, I've been watching Cletus and these guys for a while, and I've really wanted to get behind the wheel. And so I happened to be over at Lime Rock Speedway, or Lime Rock, doing some racing. And unfortunately, we wasn't able to make it, so I got the call, and I'm so excited.
Brad's had some pretty good success in these cars, and when Tony ran Indy, same position as you. He missed qualifying, started at the back. He got the lead in 15 laps. You think he can do it in 14?
Man, I don't know about that. I think I need to figure this out a little bit, but I've been here before in SRX cars. I'm excited. I got the invite for the New England 900.
Who thinks Greg Biffle can go from the back to the front? I think so too. That's Greg Biffle starting shotgun on the field. That's your starting lineup, folks.
Well, Jake, we've always had a saying, stick with the Biff. Stick with the Biff. Now, I know this is a half-mile racetrack here, but think about a couple of drivers that you just interviewed, Greg Biffle and Travis Pastrana, two drivers that's participated in the Daytona 500. Well, we've got driver introductions, but now we have to pay tribute to our country for the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Make some noise for Matt Christian.
USA! 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 USA!
Just look at the star of the show, Cletus McFarland. I think his driver's uniform says what he's all about. It's all about, and God bless America, the United States of America. So we've got driver introduction in the books. We've sung the national anthem. Are y'all ready for the New England 900? How would Cletus answer that? No! Hell yeah, brother!
Well, Larry, we are just about 2 or 3 minutes away from firing the engines. Drivers starting to make their way into their cars, get strapped in, get all their safety equipment hooked up and ready to go. And some of these drivers up at the front of the field, I'd say they're a little nervous.
Well, we talked about it, even in qualifying. We've got 5 drivers. Nobody's ever raced a Crown Vic at Stafford Motor Speedway, but you got the 13 car, Tommy F. Yeah. You pretty much got Robbie Layton in the 42 car. You've got Greg Biffle that you just introduced there in the 70 car, Jimmy Oaks in the 76 car, and then Forrest Lawson in the 198 starting on the front row. first time to ever race in a Crown Vic?
Not a ton of experience at the front of this field. We'll just put it that way. And for some drivers that have been to Victory Lane earlier this year, they're going to have some work to do. They're starting kind of middle of the pack towards the back of the field. But I tell you what, I think that 70 car, once he kind of figures these Crown Vics out just for a couple of laps, I think he'll be pretty much primed and ready to go and get up to the front of the field.
I love some of the interviews you did. I'll go back to you talking to Ty Braun in that 6 car, and you talked about how much simulator work he's done. Well, you know what? There's a lot of simulator work you can do at Stafford Motor Speedway. There's 0 simulator work you can do in a Crown Vic. I don't care what kind of car you did it. This is going to be very, very different here.
I'm very curious to see what if he was qualifying went pretty well for him, but I'll be curious to see when he has 18 other cars out on track around with him if the visuals change a little bit, if his entry point changes a little bit, because these cars they're not gonna run the same line, I don't think, as you saw from the street stocks. I think you're going to see them kind of being a little bit more aggressive and using the bottom of the racetrack. It's not a ton of banking here, but it's just enough where you can definitely notice a little bit of a transition from when you go to the bottom of the racetrack up into that 7.5 degrees and in 9 degrees of banking. But there's some room down there. On a restart, you're going to see drivers get very aggressive, and they're going to try to send it down. Turn number 3, we've talked about how there's a little bit of an entryway into the infield pit road section, and the track opens up a little bit on the bottom, a little bit more in turn number 3 than it does down in turn number 1. I think drivers are going to be very aggressive down there in turn 3, and that's going to be a spot where I think you're going to see a lot of action.
Yeah, we've got the 9 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2, 7.5 degrees in 3 and 4, and you talked about that apron. It's pretty much flat, and I think we even saw it in the street stock race earlier. They would get down on that apron, but then they would shoot the car up the racetrack, and if another driver's on the outside of you or someone on the outside of him, that's pretty much going to end up causing a big, big issue. But now the sun's setting here at Stafford Springs, Connecticut, and what you'll see, when will they be using that nitrous oxide? How we'll know is when there's a yellow light on the deck lid that will be lit up when they've engaged it. You've got about 90 seconds, but what I have learned is they may think they're still using it. You'll see the light lit up, but they've already went through all that.
Yeah, they ran out of that about 4 or 5 laps ago, but they're going to try their best. Beautiful sunset here. Setting off to the west here from Stafford Springs as we're getting set and ready to go. Just an incredible night. Get to see what this racetrack gets to look like under the lights here in just a little bit as that sun continues to go down. And we get to kick off what's going to be a great weekend here. Burnout Rivals tomorrow is going to be fantastic. We hope to see each and every one of you back again here tomorrow. We're possibly, from what I heard, we're anticipating we might have more people here tomorrow than we did here today.
Where are you going to put them? Where in the world are you going to put them?
We're going to find a way, but you know what? We've got the great job again by the folks here at Stafford. They poured a little bit of extra asphalt down there in the pit area for us to construct a burnout pad that they're going to absolutely tear to shreds tomorrow. But the drivers now, it's all about focus, all about locking in and getting ready to go for these 90 laps. As we're just moments away from getting the word to be able to start these engines and get these things fired off and headed down into turn number 1 for the first time with some very inexperienced drivers up at the front of the field, some very hungry drivers at the tail end of the field that are going to be working their way up through the field. Curious to see how aggressive some of the drivers near the back are going to be. There are Nitto tires available to be changed if a flat tire does occur. But I know at Indy earlier this year, they were like, hey, if you've gone through 2 or 3 right front tires, if you're getting onto that 3rd or 4th set, you're done for the night. So how aggressive are they going to be? And how much are they going to try to save those tires and make sure they're good to go here at the end?
Well, I'm sure this will be no different than the Freedom 500 or the race at Indy or even the 2.4-hour Le Mullets down at the Freedom Factory. It's a lot about survival. And the best way to survive is to be out front. But once we get a long green flag run and you start lapping cars, being out front is not even safe. But I got so tickled when you interviewed Pastrana's wild card guy, Forrest Lawson, in that 198, 20 years old, starting on the outside the front row. Not only did he say he's never raced, he said he's never watched a race. So I found that very interesting.
Yeah, procedure-wise and everything, that's going to be we're going to keep an eye on that as the night unfolds here. But cars starting to come to life. And getting ready to roll as now all of our track officials starting to get into their positions and get set and ready to go before we begin to roll the field. We'll take a look at our starting lineup once again. As the sun again continuing to set here, as you see, take a look down the front straightaway. Some drivers making their first starts of the year, including that number 7 of Dr. Parker with teeth and turbos, coming off of a 10th place finish last year at Le Mullets was the last time he was in the car, but a runner-up finish at Bristol Motor Speedway last year had to be a pretty cool feeling.
Yeah, I would say it's quite an experience to race a Crown Vic at any racetrack, regardless, but to run it on the high banks of Bristol Motor Speedway, I can only imagine. You know, the other interview that I chuckled at, Jake, was Jim York in the 661. He said he asked his surgeon, could he drive? Did he clarify exactly what he was going to be driving, or did the surgeon just mean, okay, you can get back behind the wheel of your passenger car?
We're going to leave that up to interpretation because I don't think Jim was 100% clear with his physician. But
he didn't deceive him, but he just didn't tell him the whole story, I think.
So what you're telling me is Jim needs to become a lawyer, right?
Or a politician.
Something, yeah. Do something else. All right, field getting ready to roll, and we'll get ready to bring you our starting lineup for this 90-lap race, which must be run all under green. You had mentioned they're now caution laps. We were told during the drivers' meeting, up until I believe they said lap 70, they are going to count some caution laps, but they're going to make sure those final 30 laps are run under green. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see. Because we've seen in races before where some of these races you can kind of string out a little bit and you'll get kind of a 10, 15, and in some cases we've even seen 20-lap green flag runs. I'll be curious to see how drivers, especially drivers that don't have a ton of experience, how they're able to handle those longer green flag runs rather than running them in short bursts and short sprints. So that's where, like a driver like Forrest, who's literally never even watched a race before, what is he getting himself into here tonight?
Yeah, I guess if I go back to my 18 years as a crew chief in the Cup Series, working with a number of different drivers, of course, all those races are very long races. But one thing I would tell every one of them, whether it was Davey Allison, Ernie Irvin, Dale Earnhardt, let's just say we were at Martinsville for a 500-lapper, I would always say, we can't win this race in the first 300 or 400 laps, but we can flat lose it if we get ourselves in trouble. I would say that would be good advice for these 19 drivers tonight in the New England 900.
The way you're saying that, Larry, you should have been like our motivational speaker, I think, earlier today at our drivers' meeting. Maybe that could have, because some of those drivers up front, they look pretty terrified to have to get ready to go and do this.
And one of my takeaways from the drivers' meeting is a lot of the questions they asked, they created a rule after they asked the question. So it was kind of flying by the seat of their pants.
So that sounds like NASCAR from about the 60s, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
That's exactly what I was picking up on.
All right, so the field's starting to roll away, and we'll take a look at our starting lineup. Starting on the pole is going to be the number 42 of Robbie Layton, who was our slowest competitor in qualifying, but with the invert, he's going to get to start up front, and he's going to have the 199 of Forrest Lawson to his outside. Row number 2 is going to feature the number 77 of Roman Atwood and the number 76 of Jimmy Oakes. And in that third row on the inside, starting 5th, is going to be the 78 of Kevin Smith and KSR. And Kyle from the Boosted Boys is going to start on the outside of row number 3.
Yeah, look back at row number 4, the 7 car, Dr. Parker, he's going to start on the inside. And Tommy F. in the 13, he's going to start on the outside in the 8th position. In the 5th row, Jim York, we just spoke about him in the 661. He's going to start 9th. And Derek Weisgrip in the 10 car going to start on the outside of row 5. Row 11, J.H. Diesel in the 11 car on the inside. And then that's the inside of row 6. And then Cletus McFarland, star of the show, starting on the outside of row 6 and 12.
As we work our way back to row number 7 on the inside, starting 13th is going to be Jack Stan Jimmy and the number 69. On his outside, the Indy 800 winner from earlier this year, the 18 of Zach Walker. He'll start 14th. Rolling off from the 15th position is going to be Ty Braun. Starting 16th is going to be the 33 of Brent from PFI Speed. And then in the 9th row, you're going to have the starting 17th is going to be the 199 of Travis Pastrana. And our fast qualifier from earlier, the number 3 of LS George, rolling off 18th. And Larry, a guy that you are very familiar with in all your years of covering NASCAR. How about that guy starting at the tail end of the field, Greg Biffle?
Yeah, as I always say it, stick with the Biff. Absolutely. You know, has won races in the Cup Series, in what's now the Xfinity Series, as well as the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, a champion of the Truck Series, the Xfinity Series. But he's one of those 5 first-timers. But what dawned on me is we were walking through that lineup, we've talked about first-timers, the first 2 rows, those 4 drivers, 3 that's never raced in a Crown Vic in any of these racetracks.
So that's going to be the ultimate wild card up at the front of the field, is some of those inexperienced drivers, and can the drivers that were fast in qualifying work their way up to the field. Race fans, we are getting the 1 to go signal, and we'll go green next time by as the lights will go out on the Stafford Speedway pace car. Lights are out around the rest of the speedway, and the sun sets off into the west, and we are ready to usher in a new event to the Cleetus and Cars and the Cleetus Racing Series here at one of the most historic racetracks in all of New England and all of the country, Stafford Motor Speedway. Lights are coming out around the speedway as we get ready to illuminate this half mile, and we are ready to go.
You just saw fireworks there in the infield. I promise you there'll be fireworks probably down in turn 1 and 2 after they take the green flag.
There will be fireworks aplenty here in the inaugural running of the New England 900. Pace car heads for the infield. Fans begin to rise to their feet. And here we go for the first time at Stafford Motor Speedway. The New England 900 is underway. The green is out.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing at Stafford Motor Speedway, boys and girls.
Down they go into turns 1 and 2. Right out of the gate, it's Roman Atwood quickly to the race lead. Forrest having issues as Forrest Lawson is way up the racetrack as he's going to drop all the way to the tail end of the field. New challenger up front, that's KSR, Kevin Smith, on the rear bumper of Roman Atwood as they come by for the first time at full speed.
Saw Robbie Layton in that 42 car. He was all the way up on the high side battling for the 3rd position as they go back off into turns 1 and 2.
New race leader, it's the 78 of Kevin Smith. As we see from the drone flying high behind the number 78, as you see them work their way down the back straightaway here at Stafford Motor Speedway as they work their way down into turns 3 and 4. Kevin Smith with a pretty nice lead built out front already as they are scrapping behind him. Roman Atwood trying to hold off the 661 Jim York. Doctor's orders who? He's all the way up into 4th already.
Just remember, though, Kevin Smith, KSR, you interviewed him down there, Jake, on the grid. A backup car, and we wasn't sure if Kevin was going to make it here or not, had travel issues today.
It has been quite the day for Kevin Smith, and it's quite the day here for several of our drivers mid-pack. There you see Cleetus, Jack Stan, Jimmy, and Robbie Layton, a little 3-wide action. It looked like there may have been a little contact there as we look up front here. York battling side by side with Roman Atwood as Dr. Parker's got that right rear fender hanging off just a little bit. And for Kevin Smith, he's loving what he's seeing behind him with all that side by side racing going on.
Well, 7-car Parker, Cleetus' brother, Parker pointed out that about every panel on that car was already bent. Now, to your point, he's got the rear bumper about to fall off.
He's just trying to narrow it up a little bit and try to straighten up the side panels as Jim York got big time sideways, it looked like that time. Coming down into 3 and 4, a little pressure from behind now as the 813 begins to close in. As the field again continuing to spread out there. Excuse me, that's going to be the 13 of Tommy Efyad there, applying some pressure to the 661 of York as they come off. And we got a car going around mid-pack that looks like Kyle Wade of the Boosted Boys, and the yellow flag is coming out. Our first yellow, just 5 laps into this one. Remember, caution laps are going to count early on in this one as we've got our first yellow.
And once we get ready to go back racing, it will be double file restarts, and the only driver that has a choice will be the leader. He'll be able to choose where he wants to start.
Taking a look at our heat wave visual replay here, and there you see Kyle might have got a little help from his friend Ty Braun right there in close proximity to when the 24 car went around. And there you see Dr. Parker's back bumper. That thing's seen better days. But he's able to continue on, and we'll see what he's done. He's been, like I said, he almost won Bristol. I mean, that's a feat all in itself. But again, hasn't had a ton of time to get behind the wheel of these cars here recently. But he's picking things up pretty quickly where he left off.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to end up falling off or getting knocked off or just wear off. One of the three.
So the field again now starting to double up, and they're going to double up soon as they have to make sure the racetrack is clear down there in 3 and 4.
Pretty impressed with Jim York in that running in that third position in that 66 car. Remember, one of the drivers actually doing double duty. He ran into Van Pree earlier today.
Yeah, we have a couple of guys that were going to try to make their way into the race here after trying to survive the Van Pree. I know that was going to be easier said than done. But for Kevin Smith, getting the backup car, having all the travel issues, I'd say things have gone pretty good for him so far. One thing I did want to pass on here that we did here in the drivers' meeting, when it comes to restarts, the lead car is going to choose whether they want the inside or the outside. The rest of the field has to double up. They're not going to use the choose cone like you would see, or the veer, depending on what they call it at your local racetrack. But it seems like Kevin is going to elect the bottom, which I think you're going to see a lot of, because we saw earlier on in the street stock race. We were able to see Haidar was just so good down there on the bottom, and he made it work every single restart. So Kevin Smith definitely did his homework there, and he is going to pick the inside, and he'll have Dr. Parker to his outside as we're going to restart this race with 80, as it'll be 82 to go when they come by to see the green.
I think choosing the inside is smart for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's pretty much the preferred groove here at Stafford Motor Speedway, but you're not as vulnerable. If you start on the outside and you've got a driver on the inside that's being very aggressive, what's the old saying? 8 wheels works better than 4?
Yeah, and with these Crown Vics and with some of these drivers that don't necessarily have that experience, 8 wheels is definitely, you may even see 12 sometimes with this group. But the field is going to get the 1-to-go signal this time. So we'll go green next time by, and it's going to be Kevin Smith. Dr. Parker on the outside of row number 1. Jim York and Roman Atwood are going to make up the second row. Derek from Vice Grip Garage working his way up through the field pretty early on, already up into 5th. Tommy Efyaz going to restart in 6th. Cletus is 7th. Jimmy Oaks is 8th. J.H. Diesel in 9th. Jack Stan Jimmy is going to restart there. Actually, it looks like Jimmy's going to be down on the inside of row number 5. He'll restart in that 9th position with J.H. Diesel to his outside.
Yeah, Kevin Smith, he's won a number of these races in the Crown Vic, the 2021 Freedom 500, won the Indy 800, he's won the Danger Ranger a couple of times. So very used to victory lane in Cletus McFarland's events for Kevin Smith.
He looked to try to get win number 5 tonight, and I had asked him before, I said, what would it mean for him to win the inaugural New England 900? Well, he's off to a good start so far. Ready to go back to green as they work their way towards the restart zone. The green flag waves, and Kevin Smith and Dr. Parker lead him down the front stretch towards turn 1.
Dr. Parker in that 7 car got a really good restart. In fact, he looks like he's working on taking the lead over the outside through 1 and 2. But here comes Kevin Smith fighting back on the bottom.
There goes that advantage there on the bottom of the racetrack, and Kevin Smith doing a little bit of homework early on here, making sure that the bottom is where you want to be on the restart. Dr. Parker goes way up the racetrack, but he's going to keep the momentum wound up. It's going to be Kevin Smith at the line by a little bit more than half a car length. He'll look to try to clear the 7 as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. And how about Jim York? How in the heck is he even out there? And he's running side by side for second right now with Dr. Parker.
But you just saw it in 1 and 2 from this overhead view, how he was working the apron, especially from the middle of 1 and 2 off.
They come off of turn number 4. There you see great side-by-side racing for second and third. Everybody else kind of single file for the next 4 or 5 cars. There you see a whole gaggle of cars. That's in and around about the 8th and 9th position. J.H. Diesel and Derek from Vice Grip Garage, right in front of Jack Stan Jimmy and Brent from PFI Speed that had to work their way up through the field and started a little bit deeper. And keep an eye, there goes Greg Biffle on the outside of the number 7. He's starting to work his way up through the field.
Just taking them, picking them off one at a time. Talking about Greg Biffle.
Jimmy Oaks in the middle of a 3-wide sandwich there with Freedom 500 champion J.H. Diesel on the inside. Brent from PFI Speed getting a little sideways down on the bottom. He gathers it back up again. Jimmy Oaks got pinched a little bit there coming off of turn number 2. That outside wall will come get you in a hurry if you're not careful. 3 wide again into 3 and 4.
Yeah, this is a battle from 7th to about 12th or 13th. This gaggle of cars coming off turn 4.
Well, remember, a lot of these guys, these were the cars that started deeper in the field, had speed during qualifying, but have to work their way up through the field. Looked like Zach Walker might have locked the brakes up a little bit there as he continues and gathers it up. Derek from Vice Grip Garage on the inside, and I tell you what, we had talked about how the bottom was the place to be. A driver that's making it work on the outside is Greg Biffle. He's made several passes on the outside as he continues to work his way up through the field, and by running that outside line, not going to wear that right front Nitto tire out as much as the rest of the field.
Well, when you start shotgunning the field and you're having to try to get by so many drivers that's running 2 and 3 wide, you've got to try to go where they're not, whether it's on the inside, the middle, or the outside.
So up front, Kevin Smith with a advantage of about 1 second the last time at the line over Jim York and Tommy Effia up into 3rd. Then you've got the brothers, we'll call them, are they the brothers of destruction? I don't know, but running 4th and 5th, you got Dr. Parker and Cletus up into 5th. Roman Atwood back to 6th, and you got J.H. Diesel in 7th. But, Larry, this field really starting to spread out over this speedway as you've got Kevin Smith leading the way coming out of turn number 4. You still got some cars that aren't even halfway down the backstretch yet.
But there's Greg Biffle again in that 70 car working that second groove. He's going wherever the others aren't, and he just keeps working his way forward.
J.H. Diesel's starting to kind of do the same thing as he works his way up. He's gotten around Roman Atwood. There you see the 198 car making a little bit of a way there. That's going to be Travis Pastrana. 3 wide, Jack Stan Jimmy, contact. Brent from PFI Speed and LS George down into the grass. Can they gather it up, and will we stay green? Yes, we will.
He drove that thing all the way down the back straightaway, to the left, to the right, sideways. I have no idea how he saved that race car.
Well, LS George might have been fastest earlier in qualifying, but he has got his work cut out for him as he's currently 18th on the speedway. But a great job of gathering it back up again as the field again continues to really start to spread out. And you're really starting to see for Kevin Smith, though, he had about a 1 second advantage earlier. Now you see it, it's grown now to over 1.3 seconds as the battle for second is starting to pick up. Jim York and Tommy Effia. Tommy took a look to the inside that last time, but Jim York was able to get a good launch off of turn number 2, able to pull away by 2 car lengths. As we take a look at the replay here, I mean, Larry, that could have been bad. That could have been real bad.
Well, you're sideways, and then you're in the grass, and that just magnifies the sideways, but somehow, some way, he drove it out of that and did not spin out. We got a big-time smoker down in turns 3. Looked like he's spraying for mosquitoes.
I would say the engine has expired on the 24 machine, and we're going to need to probably put the yellow flag out here if the 24 can't get down to the bottom of the racetrack. I'll be very curious to see what fluid is on the racetrack, if there's even any fluid left in it.
Yeah, you just wonder. Remember, Cletus McFarland earlier were telling us about these cars overheating at these bigger tracks. It makes me wonder, did they finally just cook the engine in that 24 car, Kyle Boosterboys?
So Kyle, who started 6th in this one, as we take a look at the replay, and I mean, that thing just absolutely grenaded, Larry.
It has all the look that maybe temperature got the best of that engine in that Crown Vic.
So he has come to a stop down on the infield, and the field is working their way across the front stretch. And for all the folks here in the grandstand, they're getting a smoke show for sure. They'll get one. They might be getting one a little bit later on here tonight, but not sure they were thinking they were going to get one during the race.
I think we had to throw the caution for a couple of things: fluid on the racetrack and vision capability.
Visibility was definitely an issue down there in turns 3 and 4, and then eventually here on the front stretch as Kyle gets pushed away. and they'll get him pushed back into the pit area. But what's disappointing for Kyle is because of the cars that had issues earlier on in qualifying, there are no backup cars available. So for Kyle from the Boosted Boys, his night is going to come to an end very early, just 20 laps into this one. And that's got to be very disappointing for a driver that has had some pretty good runs and some pretty decent success in this type of racing and in this series, with a best career finish of third back in the 2023 Freedom 500, coming off an 8th place finish at Indy, but not going to be the way he wanted to end his night.
Yeah, Kyle always runs in the 2.4 Aero LaMullets down at the Freedom Factory in Bradenton. That'll be coming up again in November. Finished 6th in 2021 in that race, part of the 6th place team.
Yeah, you've been lucky enough to get to call several of those races. A little bit of a different format where timed race rather than a lap or distance, and drivers pull the driver slot like you would see in the IMSA series or in sports car racing. And it's interesting how that strategy plays out on who you want to start the race. And oh no, Larry,
it's not a good sign.
Oh no.
Well, it depends on if you call it a good sign or not.
Well,
full moon.
Well, from where I come from and some of the races that I've been able to call, full moon on a Friday night at the racetrack, well, I think we're in for one heck of a show here. Well, it looks like they were able to get some speedy dry put down, and it looks like everything is good to go as the field has been given that 1-to-go signal. Kevin Smith, again, going to elect the inside line, but going to have Jim York restarting on his outside in row number 1. And look at row number 2, Cletus McFarland all the way up to third.
Very quiet back there, just keeps working his way forward. Qualified 7th earlier today. Of course, we had to invert. I would say Cletus will make this restart pretty exciting in that 4 car.
And don't forget, if Cletus wins, somebody's walking out of here with a brand new John Deere.
And we talked about him making his picks about 3 weeks ago. He was very modest. He did not pick himself to win the race. He actually picked himself to finish third. He picked Derek Vice Grip Garage to win this thing.
Derek has been so close. He was the runner-up at Indy, and he feels like he had one slip away from him earlier this year at the Freedom 500. We'll see if he can work his way up through the field, as we've still got a long way to go in this one, as the green is back out with 67 laps to go, as we've got 23 complete. Kevin Smith able to retake the race lead down the back straightaway. The battle is for third. Cletus McFarland on the inside of Tommy F. trying to take that spot away. Behind him, Dr. Parker and Travis Pastrana, who started deep in the field, working his way up.
Yeah, we got him 3 wide for second, but Cletus McFarland, boy, he just drove it down into turn 1 and banked off the outside race car. He's going to take second, headed onto the back straightaway.
He had that horn blaring as he came by the front stretch to let everybody know, here comes Cletus, up into second and charging, and with his eyes set on the first place car of Kevin Smith, side by side behind him for third, as the fans give a cheer for Cletus as he moves to second.
I'm pretty impressed with that 13 car. Tommy F. Remember, never raced the Crown Vic, and he's been running inside the top 3, top 4 since the drop of the green flag.
He's looked very, very steady so far in this race, but again, a driver that doesn't have a ton of experience. We're going to see as this race continues on, attrition starts to show up, tires start to wear. Is he able to hang on to it and stay up at the front of the field? There's Dr. Parker battling with Jim York. York restarted second all the way back into 5th, and now in jeopardy of going to 6th as Travis Pastrana is trying to close in. There you see Pastrana on the inside in the 198. Don't want to get too close to that back bumper of the 7 of Dr. Parker as they look to try to clear Jim York at 3 and 4.
Yeah, Jim York, the last time through 3 and 4, had his issues, and he definitely lost a lot of ground. That's why he has fallen back into the clutches of those 2 drivers.
Keep an eye on a couple of cars. Right there, you see Dr. Parker and Pastrana, 4th and 5th. Jim York back in 6th. J.H. Diesel has moved up to 7th, and he's brought Greg Biffle along with him. Biffle has gone from 19th to 8th. So Tony Stewart's record of worst to first in 15 laps is still safe when it comes to the NASCAR drivers racing with us here in these Cletus events. But I think Greg is certainly going to be somebody that's going to be there at the end of the night. And up front, Cletus is closing in as there goes Biffle making the move on J.H. Diesel for 7th.
And I think you mentioned it, Jake. Biffle has never raced in a Crown Vic, but he did run in Tony Stewart's SRX series here a few years ago.
We talked about it. He got a heat race win. Had some trouble in another one of the heats, had to go to a backup car, started at the back, was able to work his way all the way up through the field, finished second, running to Doug Kobe. And again, a couple of drivers getting sideways there. Ty Braun battling with J.H. Diesel. Now he's on the inside of Roman Atwood as Atwood continues to slide backwards. The driver that started up at the front of the field has quickly found his way at the tail end of the top 10.
See Jim York trying to fight his way in that 661 back around the 7 car, park the teeth in turbos.
Man, Jim York wanted to get a little experience there with the John Deere. He was helping cut the grass down there all the way on the bottom of the racetrack that last time by, using every inch of real estate that Stafford Speedway has to offer.
There's Greg Biffle in that 70, has made his way up to 6, battling to work himself inside the top 5 here after 31 laps.
It's a 3-car battle up front. Smith, Cletus, and Tommy Efya. Then you've got a bit of a gap back behind them. It's about a second, almost 2 seconds back to Travis Pastrana. And then for Pastrana, he's about a second ahead of Dr. Parker, as Parker now under pressure. And look at this, here's Jimmy Oakes sideways. Man, I saw him just sawing on that steering wheel coming out of turn number 4, trying to hold off Brent from PFI Speed, who went for a wild ride through the grass earlier. And Brent has recovered. He's up into the 11th spot now.
Yeah, the field's definitely starting to get scattered out. We've got a few battles. We've got that battle back there for 5th, 6th, and 7th, but we got one just pointed toward the infield through 3 and 4. Somehow he saved it.
It's Brent from PFI Speed. I mean, he's gotten pretty used to that so far here tonight. I mean, Cletus and some of these guys aren't any strangers to drifting, but we typically don't like to see that in the Crown Vic races. But great car control out of Brent from PFI Speed. And if you look up front, closer to the front here, battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Greg Biffle continuing to work his way up through the field as he gets to the inside of Dr. Parker, and a battle for 2nd. Cletus McFarland in jeopardy of losing 2nd, and we got a car going around in the middle of turns 1 and 2. It's the 661. Jim York is around. Dr. Parker makes slight contact, and we have a yellow on the speedway with 34 laps completed.
And remember, we go back to set the field by the last completed lap. Right now, caution laps are counting, but to the point you made earlier, somewhere up around maybe 20 or 30 to go, it's going to be all green flag laps. I think this caution is exactly what Greg Biffle in that 70 car needed.
Well, watching here on the Heatwave visual replay for the 661 going around, talk about a close call here with Dr. Parker. He's going to make a little bit of contact, but man, that could have been a whole lot worse. Bounced it off that safer barrier and able to continue on, and several others got awful close too.
Yeah, Greg Biffle just snuck through on the inside. Now Greg in that 70 car, he has moved up to the 5th position.
Well, Biffle is going to be sitting in the catbird seat, and several drivers that started deeper in the field have been able to work some of these cautions and some of these restarts to kind of leapfrog through the field a little bit. You have Ty Braun, who started back in 15th. Braun is going to be just outside of the top 5. You're going to have the 88 of J.H. Diesel, who started in 11th. Another driver right there flirting with a top 5 run right now. And I'm looking to see, looks like Dr. Parker, looks like they are going to give him, I think they're going to give him his spot back here.
Because I can't really say he was involved in the wreck.
Yeah, just trying to avoid it more than
Yeah,
anything.
Yes, exactly. So I think going back to the last completed lap, that totally makes sense.
So Greg Biffle is going to restart this one in 5th. Dr. Parker is going to slot back in 6th. And when we come back to the line this next time by, there's going to be 53 laps to go. So not even halfway through this New England 900. Kevin Smith's really dominated this thing so far. We talk about if we want to break this race down in stages. I would definitely say stage 1 has to go here to Kevin Smith from KSR. But there's some hungry drivers that are coming up behind him. And he's going to have Cletus McFarland to his outside as we get ready to go back to green as they head towards the restart zone.
Let's see what Cletus McFarland can do in that 4 car. Restarting on the outside. They clear the restart box. Green flag, back racing here.
Pretty good start there by KSR. Will Cletus dive to the bottom and try to protect that second spot? He does. Now Travis Pastrana wheel to wheel with Tommy F. Yeah, Kevin Smith sideways off a 2. Gathers it back up. Cletus backs off. Here goes Travis Pastrana on the inside for a second. He and Cletus make contact.
Well, that's exactly what Kevin Smith needs. He needs those 2 battling, but Cletus will not go away right on the rear bumper of that 78 car leader, Kevin Smith.
I want to start watching how drivers are attacking the corners, and there goes Cletus. Little bit of a wider entry into the corner, and up to the front and to the lead goes Cletus McFarland, and he's bringing Travis Pastrana along with him into second. Kevin Smith goes from first to third, and as they come by the line to put lap 39, Cletus leads it, Stafford.
You know, we've talked about Cletus, a 2-time winner in the Freedom 500, but he's fallen on hard times in his races over the last year and a half or so.
He has not had the finishes or the results that he is used to getting, but he is on a string of some pretty solid finishes, but is yet to get to victory lane since the 2023 Freedom 500. He's battling right now with the 198 of Travis Pastrana. Pastrana gets a great run off of turn number 4. Sets him up for a pass down on the bottom in 1 and 2. Can't quite get him clear. Yes, he does. Now Cletus tries to do a little bit of a slingshot move and tries to drop down to the bottom. Can't make it work. New race leader, Travis Pastrana.
Remember, Travis started all the way back on the back row, qualified second. The field was inverted. Took him 40 laps from the back row all the way to leading the New England 900. But Cletus McFarland pulls to the inside down in turn 1.
You've seen drivers that have run a little bit higher if you leave that bottom groove open, and Cletus going all the way down to the banking, trying to take advantage of the quick way and the low line around the racetrack. These 2 drivers continuing to swap the lead back and forth up front. How about it, Stafford Motor Speedway? What a show. Cletus McFarland and Travis Pastrana leading the way.
Then you've got the battle for 4th. Tommy F. Yeah, and the 13 got loose off turn 2 the last time. Greg Biffle and that 70 up there battling on the outside for 4.
Oh, Cletus and Travis, you want to battle it out for the race lead? Well, don't look now. Here comes the Biff. Greg Biffle up into 4th. Kevin Smith still rides right there in 3rd, and we got a car smoking in the middle of the field. It's J.H. Diesel. J.H. Diesel up in smoke. He continues on, and I believe that car having some overheating issues.
Has the same look as the 24 car, that maybe that engine is cooked. He's going to get down to the infield grass. Right now, we stay green, no caution.
Green flag is out as our defending Freedom 500 champion is done for the night, and the yellow flag has come out once again. We saw this earlier with Kyle from the Boosted Boys. Same story, different verse, as we're going to take a look at the replay. J.H. Diesel trying to get back to victory lane, running in a backup car, and you saw it go up in smoke coming off of 2.
Yeah, coming off 2 down the back straightaway. Again, has the same look as Kyle Boosted Boys in that 24 car a few laps ago. I think the engine just cooked on that 88 car.
Great job by the drivers behind them to avoid all the smoke and all the potential fluid that was put down. The safety team and our track officials here at Stafford Motor Speedway quickly going to work and checking things out and making sure the racetrack is good to go. And hopefully we'll have a pretty quick yellow here as Larry, we are going to hit the halfway point when we come back by this time by. And it looks like Dr. Parker has gone down to pit road right now. We'll see what they're doing for him. I think looks like they're swapping out some radio equipment, like he might have had a race receiver issue listening to the race officials there. So they're swapping out some equipment for him.
Yeah, you see the cone on the hood of the car. They put that there. Then when they pull the cone off, that signifies to the driver that the repairs are done. You can go back on the racetrack. You know what happens with J.H. Diesel falling out of this race? Cletus does not have to worry about a spray tan.
Cletus is going to not have to, he's not going to have that orange glow just yet. But for right now, though, J.H. Diesel, the story might not be the same as Cletus continues to lead. Dr. Parker starting to make his way back out on track.
So we are exactly halfway, 45 laps down, 45 to go in the New England 900, and we are just about to be in the nighttime here, and we know this old half-mile track is going to probably start gaining a little bit of grip.
And the story that I'm keeping an eye on here is we're halfway through this one. It took Greg Biffle exactly 45 laps to go from 19th up into the 4th position. So gained 15 spots in those first 45 laps. Used a variety of different ways to work his way through the field. As Cletus, you got to give the pace car a little love tap here when you're at Stafford. I mean, it's his name on the race. I think he can pay to buff that thing out a little bit. I think you knew you had some drivers back in the day that liked to rough up the pace car a little bit every now and again.
A man that wore bubble goggles and an open face helmet, drove a black number 3.
Yeah, he was known for that a time or two. But Cletus getting to do the same thing here as he's bump drafting the Stafford Speedway pace car down the front straightaway right now. Gave him a good shot there.
I think he's forgetting, though, about these things having overheating issues. I believe I would back off just a little bit, let a little air flow through that
Yeah,
grill.
maybe not let that front end get too much damage there, as he's going to back off now in 1 and 2 as they continue to work to put some speedy dry down on the front straightaway. They're going to start running some of the tires and some of the jet blowers, through the speedy dry to get that cleaned off. As the way this caution is going to work out, it's probably going to set us up here where I think we may be able to get back to green here, maybe about 3 or 4. So it looks like they have quit counting caution laps now that we have hit the halfway point. So there are no yellows here. I've worked with several different series before that have had different rules where they'll count 2 laps under caution, but then after that they won't count anymore. There's some where they'll just count as many of them as they can, or some where they won't count any at all. So they're still trying to figure out some of these Crown Vic races and what they want to do procedurally.
Well, I like the fact that they have quit counting them. I know we're only at lap 45 or 45 to go, but this cleanup is going to take a little bit of time here. They have put oil dry all the way from the entrance to turn 3, all the way to the middle of turn 4, and down the entire front straightaway off into turn 1. It's going to take a little time to clean this up.
I mean, that's right in the racing groove down through turns 3 and 4. And you think about how these drivers have been fanning out on these restarts. That bottom groove here on the front stretch has seen a lot of action where drivers are trying to get that inside position to get down into the bottom there for turn number 1 to try to pick up a couple of spots. So very important that they get this speedy dry worked in. And tough break for J.H. Diesel tonight as his night comes to an end. And he will unfortunately join the likes of Kyle from the Boosted Boys down in the pit lane with, you had mentioned it, Larry, these cars just look like they're still having those overheating issues that have been plaguing these cars here for the last couple of years.
The cooling systems are completely stock on these Crown Vics. You know, there's no elaborate radiators, no pressure relief valve, any of the things like a NASCAR Cup Series or Xfinity Series or Truck Series truck would have. And the airflow through is just not that great. You don't have that sealed plenum. Cletus talked about it at the top of the show. Some changes have been made with a little bit of a spoiler underneath the front of the car to try to direct air up there. But you're just in the throttle so much. And when you're in the throttle, that's generating heat with that engine.
So a tough break there as the rest of the field continues to work their way around and trying to work in some more of that speedy dry. As you see the speed shot here past the start-finish line. And yeah, you said it, Larry. It's a bit of a mess out there right now, and they've got some work to do as we're at that halfway point. I've been pretty impressed with Kevin Smith. He's been able to stay in the top 3 all race long. And for Dr. Parker, again, another driver that stayed up front, has dodged some wrecks, kind of been involved in one, but for the most part has been able to stay right up front and stay in the mix. And some drivers that started deeper in the field that had some great success in qualifying just have not been able to work their way up through the field like they had hoped to.
But Travis Pastrana and Greg Biffle has proved that just be aggressive and be smart, because you can start at the rear. Both of those drivers running inside the top 5 right now, and still very impressed with the 13 car. Tommy F., just the fact that no time whatsoever racing in a Crown Vic.
Yeah, it's impressive to see what he has been able to do, but we're going to take a quick break here on Freedom Plus, and we'll be back for the second half of the New England 900 live from Stafford Motor Speedway.
Right here, you got a 20% off Hellcat just because it's missing 20% of its parts. Well, we're offering you 20% off your purchase of CleetusMcFarland.com merchandise, which couldn't be better timing because of our Ram TRX giveaway in 20 grand cash. So pick up a t-shirt like this, a hat like this for 20% off right now on CleetusMcFarland.com, but you got to type in code FREEDOM at checkout to get that 20% off. So hit up CleetusMcFarland.com after today's show.
For over 10 years, our mission has been to find the bleeding edge between form and function. Developing eyewear rooted in everything fast and loud. Building a team of not just drivers, but those who are driven.
Back at Stafford Motor Speedway for the running of the New England 900. Cleetus McFarland leading the race halfway through this one. He'll have Travis Pastrana on the outside as the field begins to form back up and get ready to go racing once again. Jake Wilson alongside America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds. Great to have Larry up here with us again. And I've been pretty impressed with how this race has gone so far. And for Cleetus McFarland, chance to try to get back to victory lane for the first time since winning the 2023 Freedom 500.
And what that would mean is someone in these grandstands would win that John Deere zero-turn lawnmower.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice. I mean, I don't think that's going to fit in the overhead bin on my flight home, but boy, that would be something nice to be able to take home. I know Cleetus said he's got one himself, so he doesn't need a second one. So if he's going to win tonight, that's going to go home with one lucky fan here at Stafford Motor Speedway. As the lights are out on the pace car, lights are not out on Cleetus's car. He's been letting everybody know exactly where he's been all night long.
Including the pace car here, since he took the lead.
Car. So the pace car will get ready to make the turn into the infield here through turns 3 and 4. Stafford Motor Speedway, you're still with us, right? We're only halfway home, 45 laps to go. 2 cars are out of this one, 17 still remain on track. And the man himself, Cleetus McFarland, leads the way with Travis Pastrana in the 198 to the outside, and the green is underway, and the second half of the New England 900 gets underway.
Kevin Smith restarts on the inside of the second row. He stayed with Cleetus, but look at Pastrana fighting on the outside through turns 1 and 2. Can he clear Cleetus as they get on the backstretch?
Pastrana just barely able to get out in front of the number 4 car, but here comes Cleetus charging back once again to the inside. Pastrana slides up the track. Cleetus plants the right foot, tries to get side by side for the race lead, but it's going to be Pastrana taking the top spot.
Greg Biffle in that 70 car, he got shoved up high in 3 and 4 that last time. He's actually losing a spot to Tommy Tia in that 13.
Tommy Effia all the way back up into the 4th spot. Dr. Parker, contact as Tommy Effia and Greg Biffle hit the outside wall. He drove Biffle right up into the outside wall, and the yellow flag is out. Tommy must not have known that Greg was there, and contact has been made, and I'll be curious to see how significant the damage is on that right front of the number 70 car of Biffle as he's got it turned down towards the grass, right front tire down on that 70 machine, and he's going to take it to the attention of the crew, and we're going to go to the heat wave visual replay, and you see it right there. Tommy just did not realize Greg was there to his outside.
Kind of all started off turn 2. Greg was way up the racetrack, and you're going to see right there, that's quarter panel defender. That is not clear.
Not clear, and we know most of these drivers run spotters, but I don't believe it's guaranteed that everyone out there has a spotter. And for a driver like Tommy making his first start here, that's that's an unfortunate mistake there that a rookie is going to make. And for both cars, they're getting tended to on pit road. See, they're trying to get the right front swapped out on Greg Biffle's car as the 13 of Tommy Effia sits there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much damage the 70 car Biffle actually has to it, but they're taking a look at it to the suspension when they change that right front tire, so we'll see.
Oh my goodness, what just happened here on the front stretch? Cleetus just spun out the pace car.
That's an old line from, think, Days of Thunder. Go up there and spin the pace car out. Well, why? He's about the only one you hadn't hit so far.
Change my tires. Well, what for? Well, everything looks good. All 4 tires are up. Maybe a little fender rub, but I mean, when you're paying the bill for this week, I guess that kind of comes with the territory. Went to go try to move to the inside of Pastrana. Man, Pastrana almost got a little bit of it there too. And you were talking about the front ends of these cars. Careful, boys.
Yeah, that was about as close for Travis Pastrana in that 198 as you could get. So now the pace car is going to have to wait on the field to come back around.
Oh, that was something else. As they're continuing to work down in the pit area, Greg Biffle, they were able to push or move his car away, but it looks like the 13 Tommy F. still being worked on down in the pit area as Biffle rejoins the track, and he's going to tag up with the rest of the field. Field getting the 1 to go signal and being told to double up. We're going to watch the accident once again here with Biffle. You see Biffle can't go any higher than that, and for Tommy, just didn't realize that he knew that he was there on the outside, and a tough break for both of those drivers.
Yeah, I really believe we'll have to see the performance of Greg Biffle in that 70. I think his damage was pretty much just the right front tire was down, but we'll see.
So we'll see how that affects the handling of the race car. Pace car is headed back into the infield. Only got 1 lap complete on that last run, so still 44 laps to go in this one. Cletus McFarland, Travis Pastrana. Pastrana on the inside, elects the bottom as the race leader as he goes side by side with Cletus into turns 1 and 2. Cletus kind of had to catch it a little bit and shoved up the racetrack a little bit. Pastrana all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack is going to maintain the race lead. Here comes Kevin Smith for second.
Yeah, Kevin Smith has made his way back up in there, as well as the 7 car, Parker Keith and Turbos. He's cracked the top 5. Little contact 3 wide through turning 4, though.
3 wide and up the middle goes Roman Atwood with Ty Braun to the inside. Atwood, who was sliding back through the field earlier on tonight, has found his way back up in the top 5 after several drivers in front of him having some issue. Roman Atwood, new 4th place car. And here's Ty Braun cracking the top 5 for the first time tonight.
Love this drone shot. Tells you a lot about where these race cars are running and kind of how they're handling, what the balance is.
And we're going to continue to monitor the 70 of Greg Biffle and what his progress up through the field is. Meanwhile, Kevin Smith has taken the 2nd spot away as Cletus drops back to 3rd. Roman Atwood in 4th ahead of Ty Braun, and got a car getting sideways in the middle of 3 and 4 was the 76 of Jimmy Oakes. He's going to lose several spots, and he's got contact with the 33 of Brent from PFI Speed, and he bounced it off the outside wall a little bit there too. As we continue on, he may have a tire going down.
Just about got into Greg Biffle in that 70 car there on the outside, and Greg was picking them up and laying them down till all that happened over in turn 4.
So it looks like the handle's still pretty good on that 70 of Greg Biffle. There is a piece of debris that flew off one of the cars on the back straightaway in the middle of the backstretch. We'll see if a debris caution is called or not. It's about 3/4 of the way down the track. It looked like it may have come off either the 70 of Greg Biffle or possibly the 76 of Jimmy Oakes, but we stay green.
That 78 car, remember a backup car, Kevin Smith, he's starting to come back to life up there in 2nd place now behind Travis Pastrana, the blue car.
Pastrana under fire now from Smith. Smith, kind of a veteran now of these Cletus Crown Vic races. He's competed in almost every single one of them, and he's had some great success, but recently it has been a struggle for the driver of that number 78 car. For Kevin Smith, finishes of 18th, 22nd, and 10th, his best finish in the last year.
He got to the inside of Pastrana down the front straightaway. Now they're kind of locked together in turns 1 and 2. Pastrana, I think, is going to get the run, though, off turn 2. Down the backstretch, he's going to clear Pastrana back to the lead with 38 laps to go.
Kevin Smith trying to get that spot if he can, but he was drifting through turns 1 and 2. If you'll remember, last year, Kevin Smith and Cletus drove a Crown Vic around the Freedom Factory for 24 straight hours in a pretty heavy and torrential downpour. So he got a ton of laps behind the wheel of one of those Crown Vics, and I remember him slipping and sliding a little bit in that video, and he got to do a little bit of that here just now, trying to save that thing. Here comes LS George, who was our fast qualifier from earlier in the night. He works to the inside of the 76 of Jimmy Oaks. That's for the 11th position, as we've got some good battles brewing up near the front of the field. Dr. Parker trying to work his way up, but it's Pastrana and Smith continuing to race for the top spot. Smith holds on, gets around the outside as Pastrana tries to regroup right in front of the 4 Cletus.
Yeah, I was going to say, why Smith, Pastrana's been going at it. Cletus McFarland in that 4 car, he has worked his way right back to the back bumpers of these two.
Good race up front, top 3 cars pretty close to each other. Then you've got a bit of a gap back to 4th and 5th where you find Roman Atwood and Ty Braun. Behind them, Brent from PFI Speed is a man on a mission tonight. After being turned around several times tonight, he has still continued to fight and work his way up through the field. He's on the inside of the number 7 there of Dr. Parker, trying to get that 6th spot away and be the highest up he's been running all night. He's got Jack Stan Jimmy right behind him.
And that's the one side-by-side battle that we do have, as the cars have kind of got scattered out. We've been back on a fairly long green flag run since that last restart.
Yep, 10 laps, clean and green. So, well, not necessarily clean, but we've been green. Several drivers have had some trouble. I saw the 42 of Robbie Layton had a bit of a whoa moment coming out of turn number 4, but he gathered it back up again. So far, so good. There you see Derek from Vice Grip Garage working on the inside of the NASCAR champion Greg Biffle, former Busch Series and Craftsman Truck Series champion, helping us out big time here tonight, filling in for Brad DeBerti, who unfortunately had some travel issues and couldn't be here. But Greg Biffle putting on a show as he's trying to work his way back up through the field once again. And out of the corner of my eye, I keep seeing the 42 there, Robbie Layton. He's got his hands full up there.
You saw that view from Cletus McFarland, the in-car camera shot. That's what he's seeing out that windshield as he's back there running in 3rd. But there's Robbie Layton in that 42 car. After starting on the pole, he has had a rough go of it.
Not much in Cletus's mirror right now as they've pulled away. Ty Braun has taken the 6th spot, or excuse me, has moved the 6th car up into the 4th spot. He's gotten around the 77 of Roman Atwood as we're on board again with Cletus. There you see, look at the kind of the different lines that these guys are taking into the corner. Pastrana a little bit higher line. Cletus using that apron through the middle of the corner. Not really, you see Travis kind of diamonding the corner, whereas Cletus is trying to run that higher entry, get down to the bottom of the racetrack and try to keep it there as long as he can.
I love the fact that the brake lights still work on these Crown Vics. We can tell how much brake they're using getting into the 2 ends of the racetrack at the end of these long straightaways.
I'll tell you what, at the end of the Freedom 500 earlier this year, there weren't a whole lot of brake lights being used as those drivers were absolutely going for it. We're going to have a battle brewing here for the 5th spot. Roman Atwood and Brent from PFI Speed have closed into each other as Roman has kind of lost touch with the 6 of Ty Braun. As there you see Cletus double box there, and the yellow flag is coming out as we've got problems on the speedway. I believe we're hearing we may have some debris on the speedway is what I'm hearing.
It comes at lap 60, so we're 2/3 of the way through the race, 60 down and 30 to go.
So it was Kevin Smith who kind of dominated that first stage of the race. For most of this second stint, really kind of flew back to 3rd, didn't really have, not that he necessarily didn't have the speed, but kind of laid back a little bit. Let Travis, let Cletus battle it out for the race lead up there. Could be his strategy there, kind of let those guys use up their equipment a little bit in the middle of the race and kind of save something. And again, we've talked about it throughout the evening. How much of that boost do you still have saved? How much can you use late in the race here?
Have not seen a lot of yellow lights on the deck lids illuminated, and they have about 90 seconds, 10 pounds of nitrous oxide, and that's how we know they're into it, is if those lights are illuminated on the deck lid. But I've not seen a lot of lights that's been illuminated. Of course, now we can see it, that we went into darkness.
Down in the pit area, Derek from Vice Grip Garage has opted for a new right front tire, as the right front tire has gone a little soft on the 1776. And for Derek, he was looking to try to get a good run tonight. I think things not necessarily going like he would have liked to here tonight, as Derek, coming off a 2nd place finish at Indy, ran really, really well earlier this year at the Freedom 500, but a 12th place finish after having an incident late in the race kind of messed up his day. 6th place at Le Mullets last year, 6th at Indy, 4th in the Freedom 500 last year in 2023, and a driver that's really starting to just knock on the door, just coming oh so close. And there's a lot of Vice Grip Garage fans that are here in the grandstands here tonight that would love to see Derek park that thing in victory lane, but he's got a lot of work to do in these final 30 laps if he's going to get up there and contest for the win.
Derek, traveling in from Minneapolis, Minnesota, does really a lot of different types of racing, but really enjoys running these Crown Vics anytime Cletus McFarland puts on a show. And looks like the lights are out on the pace car, and we're doubled back up. Go back racing here with 30 to go in the New England 900.
Derek's going to tag up at the tail end of the field. Nobody's gone a lap down yet either. That's something we had talked about, and we run into some of the smaller tracks like at the Freedom Factory that cars may go a lap down, but with this bigger speedway here, half-mile, semi-banked oval, that is Stafford Motor Speedway. Haven't quite had that long enough green flag run to put anybody a lap down, so it's anybody's game still, anybody's race, and it's the green flag back out once again. Kevin Smith leads him to the line. He's going to get clear of Pastrana before they get down to turn number 1. 3 wide for second. Cletus, Travis Pastrana, and Ty Braun's going to back off just a little bit as he goes side by side with Roman Atwood down the backstretch.
Definitely a strong battle for second. Cletus McFarland in the 4 on the inside. Pastrana in the 198 on the outside. Side by side as Kevin Smith starting to pull away just a little bit.
The race of the night so far has got to have been that battle between Cletus and Travis. And it's been going on now pretty much all race long, it feels like. They're not done yet. Kevin Smith's going to love to see them try to beat and bang on each other behind him. Roman Atwood can't get it to stick. Ty Braun's going to retake 4th. Roman slides in right in front of Brent from PFI Speed as Dr. Parker rides right to the inside, and here comes the Biff. Don't count him out just yet. Greg Biffle with less than 30 to go, trying to charge up through the field.
You mentioned Ty Braun in that 6 car started deep in the field based on the field being inverted, and he has worked his way well inside the top 5 up there trying to battle Pastrana for that 3rd spot.
Single file right now for the time being, and we've got trouble on the speedway, and a car has come to a rest down in turn number 1, and that is the driver that was doing oh so good early on in this one, Tommy F. Yeah, you talked about not a ton of experience. I was curious to see, what is attrition going to be like? What's it going to be like as this race goes on? Is he going to be able to make it? Well, according to that, you're done, and that right front is absolutely smoked on that car.
I get a feeling this is all stimulated from the wreck earlier on the back straightaway with Greg Biffle. Let's take a look and see what happened to Tommy F. Yeh.
Up the track and just went a little too wide coming out of turn number 4. That outside wall will sneak out and get you in a hurry, and a lot of damage to the right front of that car. And it's got to point out, safer barriers in the corners, but not on the straightaways. Concrete wall, and he hit that area right when you get out of that area where the safer barrier is, and he hit that thing a ton.
Yeah, it's going to take more than a right front tire and wheel, I think, to get this car back out there. I think you saw the graphic. You're done.
Yep, and tough break there for Tommy. But as good as he ran earlier on, I think he's got to take a lot of confidence from this, knowing that if he gets invited back to another one of these races, he definitely can run up front, and he can definitely compete with these guys. As Kevin Smith and Cletus McFarland are side by side under pace last Travis Pastrana, just coming by the start-finish line here, just delivered a nice shot to the back bumper. And again, Larry, guys, take care of the front of those race cars.
We've seen 2 go up in smoke. But I think we're getting to the point. What I've seen some give and take down in 1 and 2 on these restarts. I think now that we're getting into the final third of this race, 28 laps to go, we go back racing. I get a feeling it's going to be all take and no give.
Would this be what we would consider that kind of elbows out kind of racing, where we're going to try to make that race car as wide as we possibly can here, going to play a little offense and defense at the same time?
It's where I'd probably say reach up there and pull those belts tight one more time and put both hands and feet up on that steering wheel, because that's what it's going to take.
Well, we got some hungry drivers up at the front of the field that would love to take home that John Deere tractor here tonight. And, of course, again, if Cletus gets the win, It's a John Deere tractor going home to with one of the race fans here tonight, and that would also be a spray tan for J.H. Diesel of the orange kind, I believe is what they discussed in the drivers' meeting. So we'll keep an eye on that storyline as the race continues on. Really impressed with the run that Ty Braun has had tonight, and worked his way methodically up through the field, finds himself in the top 5 with a chance to get out of here with a great finish and a chance to try to compete for the win. If these top 3 get to beating and banging on each other here in these closing 28 laps, Ty Braun could be the driver that gets to capitalize and take the win here tonight.
You know, you've done a lot of these races, Jake, and I've done the last 4 years down at the Freedom Factory, the 2.4 hour of La Mullet. And regardless of what it gives a driver to win tonight, you mentioned the John Deere zero-turn lawnmower, what I have seen in the past, it's about pride. It's about winning these races.
And talking a little smack online, too, doesn't hurt either. We're going to take a quick break here on Freedom Plus. We'll be back in just a moment. 28 laps to go still here in the New England 900.
Hey, fellers, looking for a deal on some merchandise, maybe a new Freedom Factory t-shirt or a Turbo Cleetus hat? Well, since you're on our live stream, or maybe you're here in person, 20% off is what we got for you. Use code FREEDOM and hit up CleetusPron.com. It's a prime time to get merch because we got our TRX giveaway going on, so a little 20% off coupon for you. Code FREEDOM, hit up CleetusPron.com after the race.
For over 10 years, our mission has been to find the bleeding edge between form and function, developing eyewear rooted in everything fast and loud, building a team of not just drivers, but those who are driven.
Back up at Stafford Motor Speedway here on Freedom Plus. Jake Wilson along with Larry McReynolds, and a little bit of a development there under that commercial break. Travis Pastrana, who'd been running up in the top 3, went to the pits and got himself a new right front Nitto tire.
Well, he's going to have to put his work clothes on now because we are less than 30 laps to go. They're doubled up. We're getting ready for this restart.
All right, folks. Lights are out on the Stafford Speedway pace car. Starting to sound awful quiet here at Stafford Motor Speedway. How about we get on our feet a little bit and let's make some noise and let's try to get these drivers to bring it on home here for the final 28 laps. Make some noise! Fans coming to their feet. Pace car heads towards the infield under a full moon Friday night. Kevin Smith, Cleetus McFarland, 28 laps to go to settle it for the New England 900. The green is back out.
Ty Braun in that 6 car started on the inside the second row, did not get a good restart. Well, boy, Cleetus McFarland did. Turns to the bottom through 1 and 2, side by side off turn 2.
And contact, and Kevin Smith goes around right in front of the rest of the field. Everyone having to take evasive maneuvers, everyone down through the grass. Jimmy Oakes makes heavy contact into the 78 of Kevin Smith. Zach Walker has gone around, and we are under yellow once again.
It's pretty rare the top 2 gets together and 1 spins, and it's a single car accident.
That was incredible as Cleetus comes around. He's going to head to the infield as he's got damage. Right front tire down on the number 4 car. Well, this is going to shake things up big time here at the front of the field. Let's take a look at the Heatwave visual replay. Cleetus down on the bottom of the racetrack and simply just pushed up the racetrack right into Kevin.
Remember, 9 degrees of banking. You've talked about getting on that apron. It's flat, and a lot of times when you do that, the car just walks up the racetrack, and that's exactly what happened right there.
Heavy contact to the right rear of the 78 of Smith, as we'll see again here on the replay. Cleetus all the way down to the bottom. You saw him get into the grass, kicking up some of the dirt, and just just washed right up the racetrack into the 78 of Smith. And it's the 76 machine, the 76 Jimmy Oaks making pretty heavy contact with the front of his car into the right rear of Kevin Smith. But Kevin Smith has continued rolling on, and he has not gone to the pits yet. Cletus has got a new Nitto right front Nitto tire, so he is going to rejoin the field. But again, going to have a lot of work to do. We're going to have 28 to go still, as we were unable to get a lap complete that time. And this is going to really change the complexion of the field. But like we see a lot of times in short track racing, if you bring out a yellow and you're fessing up to it, Kevin Smith kind of the wrong place at the wrong time, Kevin is going to get to benefit, and Kevin is going to get to keep his spot up at the front of the field.
But that will put, it appears, Ty Braun in that 6 car. He has been quiet all night long. You talked to him in driver introduction. A lot of simulator work, even though it wasn't at the Crown Vic. He has worked his way up there into the 2nd position, again, the 6 car.
Think how things were 4 or 5 laps ago when you had Travis Pastrana up there. You had Cletus up there. Kevin Smith's still going to maintain his spot up there, but for Ty Braun, he's just methodically worked his way up through the field and has put himself in perfect position late in the race here to snag a good finish here. You're also going to have Roman Atwood now back up in the top 3. Brent from PFI Speed, who's covered all sorts of real estate around this racetrack tonight. He's going to be in 4th, and I got to give a tip of the cap there. Dr. Parker, he has been very consistent tonight. He has been up in that top 6, that top 7 all race long.
And his rear bumper has been hanging off the back of that car, I think, since before we completed lap 1.
Man, that is just a testament to our crew here. It looks like he's lost part of it now, so I don't think he's got as much of it as he had hanging off before. Might have just narrowed her up a little bit. But he's going to start on the inside of row number 3. Jack Stan Jimmy having a quiet night. Up into the top 6, and there is Greg Biffle on the inside of row number 4. He's going to restart 7th, and he's been trying to make some hay on these restarts, try to pick up 2 or 3 spots if he can before everybody kind of settles in to that single file racing. As it looks like we're ready to go back green again. Lights are out on the Stafford Speedway pace car, and it's going to hang the hard left here into the infield, and we're ready to go back to green, still with 28 laps to go.
Yeah, Ty Braun on that last restart, restarted on the inside 2nd row, did not get a good restart. Let's see what he can do now that he's on the outside of row number 1.
Kevin Smith is on it. Better start for Ty this time, but I mean, Kevin just got such a good jump. I really don't think there was a whole lot Ty could do there. Stacking up down on the bottom, Brent from PFI Speed going to try to get 2 for the price of 1. He's going to go from 4th up into 2nd, gets clear of Ty Braun, and Jack Stan Jimmy's going to move up into 4th. Here comes Greg Biffle on the inside of Dr. Parker, trying to move back into the top 5.
Yeah, the 33 car, Brent with PFI, they opened the door in the middle going into 1 and 2 as he's now under fire from Ty Braun. And we got him spinning. There's the 18 car. That's Zach Walker, the winner from Indy, and the caution is out again. Caution on the front straightaway.
We had all sorts of issues in turns 3 and 4, several cars bouncing off each other. I believe the 661 of Jim York had a little bit of damage there, and for Walker, he limps away from the accident scene. You see some debris on the track. So there's the 661 high up the track, and Walker down to the inside, made some contact there. It looked like with his good friend there, LS George, the number 3, catching a little bit of that as well. We'll see it from this other angle. Yeah, you see, looked like the 77 of Atwood got into the 661, which kind of shot him up the track, and Zach Walker might have caught a little bit of it and then just lost it coming here off of 4.
Yeah, it was just a chain reaction, and Zach almost saved it, but just couldn't quite keep it straight.
So looks like all 4 tires are still up on the 18 of Walker. So he is going to remain on the racetrack. And he's going to tag up at the tail end. The front bumper, that 661 of Jim York, has seen better days. But if he opens it up, that might let some air through it. So that might enhance his chances of getting through the rest of this one. Big benefit, I think, for the rest of the field is that we have kind of run into a string of cautions here recently where drivers have been able to kind of work and get a little bit of airflow into those engines.
Well, and it's also worked to the advantage of Greg Biffle in that 70 car because he has now cracked the top 5. But I think we're so deep into the race now, Jake, it's a classic case of cautions or breeding cautions.
Yeah, we see it all the time, in a lot of short tracks, and we saw it recently at Pocono, which was a pretty smooth race until you had one accident, and then everybody was just going for it on those restarts and getting super aggressive. And we're starting to see that a little bit here as they continue to try to clean up the front stretch here at Stafford Motor Speedway. And one thing I'll talk about a little bit here while we're under yellow. Heard Cletus kind of mention it a little bit during one of our cautions. They've got some great merch discounts that they've got going on, and this is the time, if you want to get some Cletus McFarland merchandise, get you registered for that Ram, that RTX that they're giving away. That thing is so sweet. They've got two of them. You can either get the little short bed that's got that the Hellfan engine in that thing. I mean, that thing is sweet. Or if you're looking to be able to drive the family around a little bit and you want to have the four-door, they've got that version as well. For every $5 you spend on CletusMcFarland.com, that gets you an entry into the raffle, and they're going to be announcing that raffle coming up here in a few weeks, and that's going to be, they continue to kind of up their game and up the level of all these different giveaways, and a chance for you to be a part of that.
Cletus McFarland, still a really young guy. I've known him now for about 5 years. But what he does with promoting Freedom Factory down in Bradenton, Florida, what he does just promoting anywhere he takes these Crown Vics, there are promoters and track owners all across the country that could take a number of pages out of Cletus McFarland's book, trust me.
Yep, I know Tony Stewart definitely spoke his praises pretty highly at Indy last year when he was unable to compete with us. He came and hung out and saw the races and just looked up at how packed the grandstands were and how many people were tuning in all weekend long, and that's exactly what we've got again here at Stafford Motor Speedway. We are under yellow again. They have put the caution lights back out on the speedway as Jim York in the 661 brought his car to the pits. We had talked about how that front bumper was barely hanging on. Geez, that's a bit of a mess there, but he's going to not have any bit of a front bumper left anymore. But he should get plenty of airflow in the front of that car now, so shouldn't have to worry about that. But he's going to have to be very careful that he doesn't run into the back of anybody having that radiator exposed like that.
Yeah, it's sticking right out there in midair. It'll get plenty of air, but it doesn't have very much protection. But we're going to get back racing here with 27 laps to go, and you talked about it, Jake. Restarts. It doesn't matter if it's a cup race at Pocono, the trucks racing at Indianapolis on the short track, or the Crown Vics here at Stafford Motor Speedway. Restarts is where you have to make it happen.
So this time, new player up there on the front row is going to be Brent from PFI Speed. It's been Kevin Smith all race long up in that top three, been involved in an incident with Cletus McFarland, able to get his spot back and still hangs on to that top spot. Behind them, though, it's going to be Ty Braun and Jack Stan Jimmy, Craig Biffle and Dr. Parker in row number 3, Derek from Vice Grip Garage in 7th, and Cletus has worked his way back to 8th as the pace car heads for the infield. We're ready to go green with 27 laps to go at Stafford Motor Speedway as the New England 900 gets ready to resume once again. Kevin Smith has been on it with these restarts, and what the heck is going on there on the outside? Cletus McFarland has to back off as he looked to get a pretty good jump on that one.
He was trying to time it on the outside, but I will say the Kevin Smith brought him down really slow. He was all the way through the restart box before he fired off.
So a bit of a slower restart there as everybody tried to time that start behind him. Up front, single file for the top 3. Here comes Greg Biffle. There you see Cletus on the inside of Dr. Parker, right behind the 1776 of Derek from Vice Grip Garage. That's 6th, 7th, and 8th, just outside the top 5. That's KSR. Kevin Smith continues to show the way ahead of Brent from PFI Speed. There you see on board Cletus's car, and Cletus not afraid still to go down to the bottom of the track and use that apron.
Yeah, we have single file now all the way back to about 9th or 10th as Kevin Smith is coming to 25 laps to go. About a 2 to 3 car lengths lead over second.
Love to see them trying to race a little harder behind him, but unfortunately for him, everybody's just kind of strung out too much right now up in the front of the field where they're not going to really race with each other very hard. Dr. Parker, meanwhile, in a battle. Zach Walker trying to close in. Dr. Parker going to try to close him off down on the bottom. There goes Zach Walker, going to get 2 for 1. LS George and Dr. Parker making contact on the bottom.
Roman Atwood in that yellow 77, he took advantage, passed them all, and just drove away.
LS George down on the bottom of the racetrack, going to try to use the apron to his advantage as Robbie Layton drifts up the racetrack. Near the safer barrier, contact. Jim York and Robbie Layton get together. Big time contact there.
They both get going, though. We stay green.
Man, almost like a synchronized spin there as both drivers able to continue on. And it looks like we're going to stay green for the time being. Both those drivers head to pit road. They'll go to the attention of the Freedom Factory crew in the infield.
Kevin Smith had driven away from Brent with PFI speed, but now Brent is keeping tempo. He's pulled back within about a car length and a half.
Yeah, that's only going to be about 3.5 tenths of a second on the stopwatch. He is closed right in, and he is there. They've pulled away from Ty Braun in third. Braun's got a pretty good gap back to the 70 of Greg Biffle. And for Biffle, we talked about the incident that he was involved in earlier. You talked how you think that might affect the handling of the race car. I mean, he's done a nice job to drive to the point where he's at right now. But is that car good enough to contend and be a race winner? We're going to go ahead and jump and see a replay here. Here you see Layton just came down, didn't realize the 661 of York was there, and they made some pretty heavy contact, and it's amazing to see that we stayed green and they were able to continue going on.
Yeah, they're both still on pit road, and while we're racing under green, they're losing laps now.
Yeah, they are definitely out of this one, out of contention for the win for sure, as KSR and Kevin Smith continues to show the way. Here's Jack Stan Jimmy and Derek from Vice Grip Garage battling it out with Cletus. That is for 5th, 6th, and 7th. And Travis Pastrana, both he and Cletus ran a majority of this race up in the top 3. Had to go to pit road a couple of times and are trying to find their way back up through the field. Cletus gets awful close to Derek, Vice Grip Garage's back bumper. And up, tell you what, Larry, this battle up front for the lead, it's getting to be a good one here between KSR and Brent from PFI Speed.
Now, they've put about a half of straightaway on Ty Braun in that 6, but you are absolutely right. Brent with PFI Speed, he keeps pulling right up to the rear bumper, especially getting down in the corner on Kevin Smith.
Car going around in the middle of 3 and 4. It's Travis Pastrana. Great shot from our drone, able to capture that. And for Travis, he's able to turn it right around and continue on. We stay green.
That was courtesy of Cletus McFarland, the 4 car.
That was Cletus has kind of had a couple of it. Let's see. He spun Kevin, he spun Travis, and he spun the pace car. So, little housekeeping note, the 42, Robbie Layton, was shown the black flag, and he has gone into the infield. There you see the contact, Cletus and Travis getting together. And Travis, I mean, he can drive anything. He got that thing turned right around, whipped it right back into gear, and away he went.
Yeah, we didn't have to analyze that a lot.
No,
that was pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious.
So KSR continuing to show the way. And the gap between, actually the big gap now is from 2nd back to 3rd. Ty Braun, it's about almost 3 seconds from 2nd back to 3rd right now. And for the drivers that are running in 3rd and 4th, Ty Braun and Greg Biffle, they would definitely love to see the yellow flag come out so they get a chance at another restart here. As you see LS George working his way underneath the 77 of Roman Atwood. That's the battle for 8th. Give that spot to Squirrel. And Zach Walker, again, getting sideways again. That car is all battered and bruised as he continues on. Zach running just outside of the top 10.
About the only thing not been on that car, I think, possibly might be the roof. He will not go away. He just keeps fighting back.
Either the roof or the bead post. That's about it. But the rest of that car has definitely seen better days. Now, here's something that we haven't seen a ton of so far. KSR, Kevin Smith, potentially, if we stay green here, going to start to have to work a little bit of lap traffic. He's going to put the 199 of Forrest Lawson a lap down here. Goes to try to get to his inside. Brett from they nearly got together there as Forrest was trying to get down to the bottom, but he did it in a spot right where KSR was coming out of the corner, so that could have been big.
I'm not sure Forrest knew exactly where he was going. I saw him go to the bottom, go to the top, and back to the bottom.
Well, Larry, what do you expect? He's never even seen a race before, let alone driven in one.
But he's still out there, and he's still digging.
Kicking. He's out there currently running in the 12th spot out of 19 cars, so that's a big tip of the cap to Forrest. And I mean, I saw the nerves when I was interviewing him down there on the track. He was super nervous to be a part of this. As you see Cletus continuing to work his way up through the field. We're going to keep an eye up front here. Here's the battle for third. Greg Biffle trying to get up into the top 3. Looking for a way around Ty Braun. As the laps wind down, we're getting closer and closer to the end of this one. 12 laps to go. KSR's lead has opened up now, 1.2 seconds back to Brent from PFI Speed. It's a 4-second gap all the way back to third. So you see just about the kind of ground that Kevin's really been able to pull away here on this longer green flag run as Cletus goes to make a move on Derek from Vice Grip Garage. That's for 6th. Give it to Cletus, but Derek fighting back on the bottom.
Yeah, the 69 car, Jack Stan Jimmy, he has made his way inside the top 5. He's kind of had a very eventful night. But yeah, the biggest battle right now is the battle. We're looking at Cletus McFarland in the 4 car, but the battle right now, as they're coming around to 10 to go, is that battle for third between Ty Braun and Greg Biffle.
That's the best battle on the track right now as far as I can see. Going back to Jack Stan Jimmy, an unfortunate statistic for him is in all these Crown Vic races, in all these different races, he's unfortunately the driver that has had the most last place finishes out of anybody, but starting to turn the corner here. Had his best career finish at Indy earlier this year with a 3rd place finish, trying to turn it around as the yellow flag has come out. Caution on the speedway with 10 laps to go. And there goes that big lead that KSR and Brent from PFI Speed had, and here comes the Biff.
Well, I think that's a big break for Ty Braun in the 6, Greg Biffle in the 70, because they were over a half a straightaway behind Kevin Smith in the 2nd place car. But you know who's going to make this restart exciting? He's all the way back in 7th, the man we call Cletus.
Yeah, he is going to be somebody to keep an eye on. He and Derek from Vice Grip Garage were putting on a great show and a great battle that last run. They're going to start right next to each other, stacked up on a restart. You saw how aggressive Cletus was on that last restart, going all the way to the outside. And I'm curious, what's Kevin going to do this time? He's kind of snookered the field a little bit on that last one. Went a little bit deeper into the restart box than I think a lot of people were anticipating. But he's been very good on these restarts, been very consistent. What is Brent going to do there on the outside to try to keep up with Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin has chose the outside. So we'll see what happens on this restart. Trying to pick up a little bit of debris down there in turns 1. So they've really slowed the field down now as we're sitting currently on 10 laps to go of the New England 900.
Yeah, letting some track workers across the track and giving them an opportunity to work their way back to a safe position as they're working on the back straightaway, picking up some more debris that they found. I mean, from all the cars being as battered and bruised, I'm surprised we haven't got a debris caution more throughout the night with some of the parts and pieces that have been flying off some of these Crown Vics. But again, a big tip of the cap to the staff here at Stafford Motor Speedway and everyone on the Freedom Factory crew for doing a nice job and keeping the show, trying to keep things moving along. We hope everybody has had a great night so far. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss when the checkered flag flies tonight. And, of course, hope to see everybody back here again tomorrow. Burnout Rivals down there in the burnout pad, down in the infield. That's going to be something, as we'll see if the field is going to get that 1 to go signal at the line, and they will. 1 to go next time by, 10 laps remaining when we see the green.
Jake, even though we've had a number of spins, number of contact, number of cautions, we still have 14 of the 19 drivers that took the green flag still out there on the racetrack.
Yep, and 11 cars still on the lead lap. Forrest Lawson, the only car that is a lap down that still remains out on the speedway. So 11 cars still have a shot at it. I mean, anything can happen. As the lights are out on the pace car, Kevin Smith again gets to be the control car on this restart. Let's see how aggressive he is down there at the exit of turn number 4. Does he fire off a little earlier than he did before? Does he kind of take him a little bit longer into that box? You got to keep an eye out on those cars jumping around to the outside. Let's see what we have in store. 10 laps to go in the New England 900.
Keep an eye on that third row, the outside. Cletus McFarland back there. trying to keep tempo and time this restart. Lags a little bit behind. Kevin Smith got an amazing restart there.
Man, Ty Braun just could not get going on that start, and he is going to drop back to fourth. Greg Biffle up to third. In the tire tracks of Brent from PFI Speed. Ty Braun and Cletus making contact down the back straightaway.
And Cletus McFarland in that 4 car on the outside. They're still side by side. We're coming to 9 laps to go.
9 to go at the line. Ty Braun able to get the spot away from Cletus, holds him off, puts Cletus back into 5th. Car getting sideways. There goes Jack Stan Jimmy. Jimmy's around down on the bottom of the racetrack, and he's going to get it going, and we are going to remain green. Oh, he's doing some donuts down there in turn number 1. Can't get it straightened out. Now he's got it. Green flag remains.
Still doing donuts.
And now they got to pull out the yellow because he just cannot get that thing straightened out. Jimmy's getting a little practice in for the burnout contest tomorrow, but unfortunately that is going to put us under the yellow once again. Only able to get 1 lap in as we'll take a look at what happened to Jimmy. Down there on the bottom of the racetrack, LS George maybe gave him a little help there?
Maybe a little bit of help, just a little bit of help.
Something about driving a black 3 car, driving a little aggressively down in the corner. You wouldn't have ever had to put out any fires or anything from a black number 3, did you?
I would just tell him, look, I wasn't driving the car.
No, it's not. That's him. Talk to him.
He tried to get it going, Jack Stan Jimmy, as he's brought it to the attention of the crew down on pit road. But to your point, Jake, we still have 9 laps to go with at least what we know is 1 more restart.
At least. Again, I would probably set the over. We'll hit the over on that one for sure. Jimmy's going to head back out on track. Pretty quick repair for him on pit road as the rest of the field is going to pick up the pace car coming out of turn number 2. And Greg Biffle's going to get to restart 3rd. We've seen Ty Braun struggle on that inside line on that 2nd row. Greg Biffle's got a little bit of experience when it comes to restarts. I would be very curious to see how close he's going to get to that back bumper of Kevin Smith, if he's going to leave himself a little bit of room, if he's going to try to fire off there. But as we see this coming to the inside, I tell you what, I just think I saw it on the replay. Greg Biffle's got a flat left front tire, and Greg Biffle's coming to the pits.
Not exactly what Greg wanted to see right there, because I felt like he had something that could go up there and contend for this thing. He has fought back and fought back and fought back a 3rd time.
Well, if he gets a new left front tire and we have 3 or 4 more of these restarts, don't count the Biff out just yet.
But who does that put on the inside of the 2nd row now, Jake?
Would that be Cletus McFarland restarting 3rd? I think it is.
I promise you, he won't have a weak restart.
No. He'll have that horn blaring, and he'll be ready to go as we remain under yellow while they tend to the left front of the number 70 car of Greg Biffle that was originally supposed to be piloted by Brad DeBerti tonight. Again, big shout out to Greg, who's here in Connecticut this weekend, going to be running at Lime Rock this weekend, and was able to. Brad, we were down there. Brad made the phone call, called Cletus, was like, "Hey man, I'm so sorry I can't be here, but I got a guy that I think might be interested in running. I'm going to give you his phone number." Sure enough, it was the Biff, and Greg Biffle stepped up big, has come here, and he's put on a pretty good show for his first showing here in one of these Cletus McFarland Crown Vic races. And the night is far from over as Biffle rejoins the field. Field is going to get the 1 to go signal, and the caution lights are getting ready to go out on the speedway.
I thought it was cool what Greg told you, that he's always followed Cletus. He's watched these races. He's always wanted to do one, and it just kind of fell right in his lap. Thanks to a lot of travel issues around the country today, and Greg just happened to be up here in New England.
And you know the type of guy Greg is. Greg is a racer at heart, whether it's a Cup Series, whether it's a 24-hour endurance race in a Crown Vic at a dirt track, whether it's, I believe he's had some fun running out in some of those off-road vehicles out there in the deserts. He's done some dune buggy driving as well. It doesn't matter. The driver of that number 70 car here tonight, he loves to race, and we really, really appreciate him being with us here tonight. 9 laps to go. Kevin Smith, Brent from PFI Speed on that front row, but row number 2, Cletus McFarland, Ty Braun, Derek from Vice Grip Garage up into the top 5 as the pace car heads for the infield. We're ready to go back to green. 9 laps remaining in the New England 900. Kevin Smith leads them through the restart zone, and the green flag is back out. And again, Kevin Smith with a great restart.
And much to my surprise, Cletus McFarland in the 4 did not get a good restart whatsoever. In fact, he's going to fall back to 3rd and fall in the clutches maybe of Ty Braun. But now Brent PFI Speed, he's got an issue stacking them up on the backstretch.
Brent from PFI Speed went all the way down on the bottom of the racetrack and could not make it work. It looks like the 33 might have a tire down. He's looking to try to get to the infield. Can't get that thing to turn. That left front might be down, and Brent from PFI Speed has gone from 2nd all the way to the tail end of the field, and it looks like he's going to stop on the bottom of the racetrack, and he is not going to be able to get that thing back to the pit area, and we are going to be under yellow once again. And a tough break for the driver that was running up in the top 3 as the yellow flag comes out.
He was trying to get it to the pits, but he was stuck down there on the apron right in the middle of turn 4, so no choice whatsoever but to throw that caution flag. And now this will put Cletus just keeps moving forward by process of elimination. He's going to restart on the outside of the front row.
Take a look at the heat wave visual replay again, and you see something going wrong there with Brent, and he just could not get down to the bottom of the racetrack. It's Derek from Vice Grip Garage who makes contact with him first. Then you get the accordion effect back to Travis Pastrana and Zach Walker all running into each other there. And I mean, that could have been a whole lot worse than it was.
Yeah, when the guy starts on the outside the front row, stacks them up on the back straightaway after a restart, very lucky that we didn't have a big wreck back there on the middle of the backstretch.
So Brent from PFI Speed has got it rolling. I didn't get a good look at the left side of his car as he came by here. And he's working his way right now through turn. It looks to me, I think all 4 tires are up on that car. Just not sure what exactly happened, and that thing just bogged down as he came out of turn number 2. And that really stacked things up. So the field will get the 1 to go signal. Did get 1 lap in, so still 8 to go. Larry, I'm starting to beg a question that hasn't been asked tonight. I hope they pack these things full of fuel.
You know, most of it's been caution laps, though. I think the one that's led the most tonight, though, is the pace car, other than when he got spun out earlier. But we do know that races in these Crown Vics, they have been lost because they ran out of fuel. We do know that.
Yep. So
it has happened.
We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully we won't have to get our calculators out and try to figure out the fuel mileage here in the closing laps of this one. 8 to go. Pace car gets ready to head in once again, and it's going to be KSR, Kevin Smith, Cletus McFarland on the outside of the front row with Ty Braun. And LS George, where did he come from? Up into 4th. Green is out, and again, KSR with a great start. Ty Braun just cannot get going. Cletus McFarland is 2nd, and here comes LS George in 3rd.
Yeah, LS George in that 3 car got a great restart. Here goes Cletus McFarland all over the bumper of Kevin Smith down the back straightaway. Kevin pulls away by about a half a car length.
Cletus did not come here to run 2nd tonight. The lights are blaring out on the front of the field as Cletus looks to the inside of KSR for the lead. Down they go into turns 1 and 2. Kevin able to hold him off for the time being. LS George right there. They make contact. Up the track goes Kevin Smith. Right in front of LS George and the rest of the field. Ty Braun has gone around. Yellow is out. And for the 2nd time tonight, Cletus McFarland and Kevin Smith have gotten together at the front of the field, Larry.
Are they going to give Kevin Smith, though, the lead back?
I don't know. We
they
saw
did earlier.
That earlier.
They did
earlier.
Yes,
what
did.
are they going to do here?
He thinks they are because he's pulling back up there. Let's take a look at this replay here. Yeah, we could see this happening. We could see this coming right here.
He was pretty sideways all on his own there, but did he get help before that? We'll have to check and see. Oh, and they're keeping the number 4. They're parking him down here on the front stretch. Cletus is just blaring on the horn right now as you see the replay again, and LS George absolutely nowhere to go there. Yeah, and that's a tough call. It's a tough call to make right here. You saw the precedent from earlier. What are you going to do?
There's where it all
there's
started.
the contact. Yeah, we saw the replay.
Yeah.
I think we saw it a
there
little
was
bit.
no question. I could see that happening before they turned off the front straightaway down into turn 1.
So the field, they have stopped them down in turns 1 and 2 while they're working on picking up some debris, and they're allowing the safety personnel out on the track to clean things up as it got a bit messy over there in turn number 2. So if Cletus is going to the rear, if they give Kevin his spot back, I mean, this is going to make things interesting because LS George got a piece of that as well. But look who's up front there. They just moved him back a spot to get everybody in the proper order. But Travis Pastrana is right there, and so is our Indy 800 winner, Zach Walker, who's had some issues tonight as well. But he's battled through it as well.
Well, it looks like to me Kevin Smith is back up as the leader. To me, I'm not saying that's right, I'm not saying it's wrong, but the precedent had been set earlier.
Yep. So up front, I mean, that it just seems like the inside second row, it doesn't matter who's been there, whoever it's been, has just not been able to get the kind of starts like Kevin has been doing. That they told the drivers in the drivers meeting on the restarts, you want to start in first gear, and when you get the RPM up high enough, then you want to kick it up into that into drive. And I feel like maybe some of the drivers aren't doing that. Cletus is stopping again here on the front stretch, and he's climbing out. He's upset. AJ, our flagman, telling him to go to the back, and you don't want to get that black flag waved at you. He's threatening him. I don't care if your name's on the race. Now, the black flag was not waved at him, or has it? Because they're saying here on the screen that you're done, but they're showing Cletus he's got to go back to the rear. I don't know. Cletus has got that helmet. We've seen that toss before.
We've seen the helmet throw. We've seen the helmet throw.
Cletus is
waiting.
Cletus,
if you're going to throw it, make sure you're accurate. Make sure you're accurate.
Here comes the field coming by the start-finish line. I think we know who Cletus has got his eye on. And he tosses the helmet and connects.
This may be the first time I have seen a driver dump a driver and then get out and throw his helmet at the driver he dumped.
Yeah,
this will be a first.
That would be a first. And no offense to Cletus, I'm going to give the Tony helmet throw a little bit of a better grade than that one. That's a nice helmet, though. You don't want to break that. I think he's got some money invested in that one. So he's gonna check underneath, make sure everything's still good. He's gonna climb back in, and he's gonna have to try to go back to the tail end of the field.
Well, I'm just glad he's getting back in the car and moving it. I did see a certain Xfinity Series driver. They told him to park his car one time. He parked it right on the start-finish line.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And that guy, he's from down in my neck of the woods, and he has got some serious fun. That's a pretty good throw.
It was
there.
accurate. I'll give him a 10 for accuracy. Now, speed, not a lot of speed, but very accurate.
Didn't have the speed of Tony Stewart, but the accuracy of Ward Burton. So that was pretty good.
So I think our track is clean and we are ready to go back racing. They have doubled up.
Caution lights remaining on the Speedway and on the Stafford Motor Speedway pace car. So it'll be Kevin Smith, it'll be LS George, Travis Pastrana, your top three. And then on the outside of row number 2, you're going to have the Indy 800 champion, Zach Walker. Ty Braun is going to restart in 5th. And then there on the outside of row number 3 is going to be LS George, Jack Stan Jimmy, and Greg Biffle going to make up row number 4 ahead of Brent of Pete from PFI Speed. And you're going to have Roman Atwood, that's your top 10. And you got the 661 of Jim York, who I'm just amazed Jim has made it through this race with as banged up as he is. Cletus has come to the pits, and he's going to the attention of his crew. I believe he's going to have them check underneath the car and make sure everything is good to go there. So the caution lights are going to remain on the Speedway.
You know, back to Jim York in that 661, I would encourage you when you get home tonight or tomorrow, he's a stunt driver. Check out his YouTube.
It's wild.
It is out of control. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I see some of the stuff that he does, and I'm good. We're going to leave it to the professionals. And again, the fact that he is even here is amazing, let alone behind the wheel of this race car, which he's been sitting in now for over 2 hours now.
His surgeon told him he could drive. I'm just not sure his surgeon knew exactly what he was thinking about driving.
Yeah, we're going to have to look a little bit more at the fine print next time, but you know, check your receipts when you leave the hospital. So Cletus is going to rejoin the field as he fires off. Lights are off on the pace car, so Cletus has got to hurry up. He's ripping down through the infield pit road section, and I mean, if he times this right, actually no, he's going to get there just in time. I was going to say, if he times this right, he's going to have a lot of momentum built up, but he's going to be there at the tail end of the field. Far from over here, Larry, 7 to go.
I don't know if Cletus uses a spotter, but a spotter could have paid dividends right there by helping him time this restart.
Here we go. Lights are out. We're ready to go back green. And Cletus on the bottom.
That put a whole new meaning to jumping the restart.
Oh, my goodness. All the way from worst to fifth. I'll be curious to see the flag stand on this one. Cars up into the wall. It's Greg Biffle. And that one is not going to buff out. And Biffle is done.
We stay green.
Green remains out as Biffle has been able to get down to the infield and out of harm's way. Derek from Vice Grip Garage also looks to have gotten a piece from that as well. He's down in the infield. His night might be over as well. KSR with the lead. Travis Pastrana in second. Third is LS George. Zach Walker up to fourth, and Cletus McFarland up to fifth, and they're coming to the line. 5 laps to go as you see Biffle there getting taken out. Here comes Smith to the line, 5 laps remaining, starting to open up about a 9/10 of a second lead over Pastrana. Pastrana leaves the bottom of the racetrack open. LS George looks to make a move. Pastrana didn't realize he was there. They made contact, continue on though. Zach Walker on the outside, trying to get around the 3 of LS George. Brent from PFI Speed is slow on the front stretch, and the yellow flag is out. Yellow flag coming out.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a yellow flag for Biffle, who sat down there in the grass in 1 and 2, but he finally got his 70 car moving. But that's going to still put us at 5 to go with another restart.
Ready to try to get things going here again as we'll look to see to try to get the racetrack cleared off. And Kevin Smith, he's like, man, can we just get this thing finished? I've been so good on these restarts. Can we just get clean and green for 5 laps?
Let's take a look at what happened to Greg Biffle in this 70 car. This is going down into turn 1. And no question, outside 4 wide, it's like running into a funnel, just ran out of room. Pretty hard contact to the left side. Once again, I want to commend Stafford Motor Speedway. Safer barriers on the outside of the walls in both ends of the racetrack's turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, they've made a serious investment here at Stafford Motor Speedway, and a lot of racetracks. As you're seeing some older NASCAR tracks that are kind of going out of commission that do have those safer barriers. Those safer barriers are becoming available for local short tracks to be able to try to purchase and add to their facilities, and that's exactly what Stafford Motor Speedway did here. I believe I heard a group say that the safer barriers here came from the Memphis Motor Speedway, if I'm correct.
Jack Arute, one of the owners here at Stafford Motor Speedway, a good friend of mine for 40-something years, actually was Darrell Waltrip's PR guy when Darrell drove the Mountain Dew car back in the early 80s. He came to the booth and we were talking about it, and you're right, they came from Memphis Speedway.
Yeah, the Arute family has done just an incredible job at this facility, and I mean, all the years of seeing Jack cover the Indy 500 and select NASCAR races throughout the year. College football on the sideline, anything you need, but this is the family business right here at Stafford Motor Speedway, and hats off again to their whole family and everyone involved for just being so welcoming to our crew and everybody here. And we know this is modified country up here, but we might be leaving a little bit of a stamp here with the Crown Vics tonight. Are we going to get this one in here, Larry? What do you think?
I don't know that I would think we could make the last 5 laps without another caution because they know there's only 5 laps to go.
5 laps remaining in this one as the pace car gets ready to head in. Once again, Kevin Smith on the inside and Travis Pastrana going to restart to the outside. Pastrana's never won any of these Cletus McFarland races. Could he be the winner of the inaugural New England 900? We're going to find out here in 5 laps. LS George right on the back bumper of Kevin Smith, and Kevin again gets a great jump and a great restart. He's going to pull away from Pastrana. Pastrana's going to try to block the advance of LS George down on the bottom. Zach Walker going to wash up the track just a little bit as Cletus goes side by side with Jack Stan Jimmy for 5th.
Either Kevin Smith gets really good restarts or everybody else gets bad restarts because he pulls away on every single one of them, and there's been plenty of them.
My first question to Kevin would be, what are you doing on these restarts differently than everybody else? But I don't know if he'd want to tell his secret. That last time by, Cletus and Jack Stan Jimmy made a little bit of contact down in 3 and 4. They're going to do the same in 1 and 2. Pastrana went way up the racetrack. That opens the door. Here comes LS George to 2nd.
That almost opened the door for Zach Walker to get 3rd away. Yeah, they restart in 1st gear and then they shift to 2nd, and that's what they race in 2nd gear.
LS George, remember, he was your fast qualifier earlier tonight, but had to start all the way at the tail end of the field. And he has somehow, some way survived all the carnage and all the chaos and currently rides in 2nd with less than 3 laps remaining. This next time by, we're going to see 2 laps to go.
Kevin Smith just saying as he's pulled away now to a good 5, 6, 7 car length lead. Guys, let's try to get these last 2 laps in.
Kevin Smith, a former winner of the Freedom 500 back in 2021 and a winner at Indianapolis back in 2023. Here goes Pastrana sending it. Now I'm curious to see which drivers still have that boost left at the end and when and where can they use it. Coming out of turn number 4, the white flag waves for the 78 of Kevin Smith.
Pastrana has taken over that 2nd place as they go through turns 1 and 2.
LS George taking a peek down to the bottom, trying to get that 2nd spot away. But for the driver of the number 78, he had to start tonight in a backup car. Works his way through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. The winner of the inaugural New England 900 is Kevin Smith from KSR. He holds off the 198 of Travis Pastrana in 2nd. 3rd goes to LS George. Zach Walker is 4th, and rounding out the top 5 is the number 69 of Jack Stan Jimmy. What a race, what a battle. Kevin Smith overcomes all the adversity, getting spun around 2 different times, able to hang on to the race lead, and Kevin Smith is going to get to celebrate the win here at Stafford Motor Speedway, winning the inaugural New England 900.
It's one of Cletus's guys. He tunes cars. He does fabrication work for Cletus. One of the guys.
Now his 5th win. 2 wins in the Danger Ranger, a Freedom 500 crown, an Indy 800 crown, and now the New England 900 belongs to KSR as he is burning it down on the front stretch of Stafford Motor Speedway.
And oh, by the way, he owns a John Deere 0-turn lawnmower now.
Yes, he does. Lights are going out over the speedway, and we're about to light up the sky, Stafford.
Yeah, let's take them back. They did love it, the underdogs on top. And I'm gon' shine, homie, until my heart stop. Go ahead, MVP me. I'm Raps MVP, and I ain't going nowhere, so you can get to know me. They did love it, the underdogs on top. And I'm gon' shine, homie, until my heart stop. Go ahead, MVP me. I'm Raps MVP, and I ain't going nowhere, so you can get to know me.
Time on, drinking till the night's gone. cause we thinking the same thing. We on the same page cause we sipping the same drink. But here's a little something to thank y'all for showing up. Al Dean and the boys are about to blow it up. When the lights come on and everybody's screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody's singing every word to every song of the girl they're taking home tonight. When the lights come on and everybody's screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody's singing every word to every song of the girl they're taking home tonight. When the lights come on and everybody's feeling a hallelujah high from the floor to the ceiling. Yeah, the drink that we're drinking, the smoke that we're smoking, the party we're throwing, it's going all night long when the lights come on.
Climbing the fence to celebrate the win, KSR Kevin Smith, winner of the inaugural New England 900. All right, well, what a night, what a fireworks show as we get ready to try to send it down trackside here. Still got the lights turned out on us here at Stafford. Let's send it down trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm down here with the winner of the New England 900. I just got to find the camera guy. Oh, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your boy, Kevin Smith. Come on. And what'd you think of that fireworks show? Are you not entertained? Literally, Kevin had to fight for his life out there. Brother, you were first for a while, and then second, third, fourth. Tell us how it went.
It was a very tough race. This car was way better than the one I qualified with. Thanks to David and all the crew guys for putting so much work in. Thanks to Garrett for putting these shows on. Thanks to all of you guys for showing up, supporting all of us, following us on YouTube. You guys absolutely rock. I cannot thank you enough for doing all this. I've run up front at a few of them, crashed myself. Man, I really wanted this one bad, and I was every caution. I'm like, come on, what have I got to do to win this thing? And if I kept jumping everybody, nitrogen them on the restarts, and it worked.
Dude, I could not catch you on the restarts. By the way, I want to point out, when I tapped him over there, he spun himself out. We all saw it. It's all right, though. It's all right. They watched the replay 4 times, and they reasoned in your direction, which I disagree with. But, hey, listen, the referees or the race officials called it, so it is what it is. I got to give it to you, brother. You raced your heart out. Every lap, it was like a battle with either me, Pastrana. I saw Biffle was up rubbing you. I saw Ty was running into you. Brent ran into you. I mean, you made contact with half the field. Your car was brand new. Wow.
I did door check Biffle. I didn't mean to. Sorry, Biff. Think you're awesome.
All right, guys. Kevin Smith, everyone, make some noise. Yeah, hey, what are you going to do with that lawnmower, brother? Do you have a lawn that big? Do you need that unit?
Oh, yeah. My yard has not been mowed in like 2 weeks because I've been too busy doing other stuff. But, hey, for everybody, every time they put the microphone in my face, I forget to mention my YouTube channel. Please subscribe to my channel. Follow along with us. We've been doing stuff with Garrett and all you guys for so long. Thank you to those that do follow us, and again, thank you all for coming out.
Woo! Hey, when was your last win? Your last win, it was last year, Indy 800s. All right, dude, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Only 3 races in between then and now, right? 4, something like that. All right, let's see who we got up next. Ty, my boy, you ran hard. Who is watching Ty out there?
You put me on that whiteboard in 16th and said I wasn't aggressive enough, so I stepped it up a notch.
I saw it, dude. You ran into me.
Oh, hey, don't get in the way.
Good job out there, man. Pastrana, come on up, brother. I'll tell you what, the person who hit me the most today was this guy right here. Good racing.
Every time I got behind this man, I let him know I was there, but I just bumped him to see how good he was at drifting, because he's a drift guy. And then he lets me go by, punched me in the back corner. I did a 360, he kept going, that was fun. But then, so my car's good. We're running 1-2. I mean, get her done, it was awesome. Hell yeah, brother. He spins the pace car, it gives me a flat front right. So I go from third place, I gotta go all the way back, and then you spun me a 360. But you know what, I was trying to make you slide every corner. Was that fun or what?
Hey, you did still finish in front of me.
It's a car you don't have to fix. Except for where you hit me and the pace car hit me, that thing's beautiful. And when I hit you.
Dude, that was amazing. Racing with Travis was probably the highlight of the race for me. I laughed so hard because I spun out the pace car and I thought like I spun him right into the infield and I hear a crunch behind me and I'm like, what? What did he hit? And they come on the radio, they go, Travis just ran into him. I was dying in my car. Whew. All right, well, let me give a big thanks to Stafford Motor Speedway for making this happen. I mean, let's hear it for the track. Let's hear it for the track because, guys, I hope you all understand that racetracks like this with a big following and a huge regular crowd, they don't just let anybody come in here. So I want to give a big thanks to the Stafford Speedway family for trusting us with their racetrack. I'm sorry about running into your pace car. I'll buy you a bumper, whatever you need. But we have had such a great time working with this facility. So big thanks to Nitto Tire too. This could not be possible without Nitto Tire, NOS Nitrous Systems, RaceQuip Safety Systems, and all the Freedom Factory crew. Let's hear it for the Freedom Factory boys. All right. One last thing. Who's ready for burnouts tomorrow? Well, then I'm going to end off this live stream and call it a night. This has been the New England 900 at Stafford Motor Speedway. Thanks for watching. Do it for Dale. Wolf Frickin'. See you later.
Thank you, Cletus, and that's going to wrap things up for us here tonight. Congratulations to KSR, Kevin Smith getting the big win here tonight. And Larry, thought we weren't ever going to get this one over there with all those restarts we had at the end, but Kevin is able to prevail, and he was the king of the restarts tonight for sure.
He prevailed all day long. Remember, almost did not make it here because of travel issues, had to go to a backup car because of issues in qualifying. But to me, the real winners are the people here tonight at Stafford Motor Speedway. What a night they saw.
It was a sold-out crowd. They announced the sellout a couple of days ago. It was one of the hardest tickets to find. We knew that it was going to be an electric atmosphere, and that's exactly what we had here tonight. But, Larry, we're not done yet. We got Burnout Rivals coming up tomorrow. Hope to see everybody back out here again tomorrow to see something. Like I've said earlier before, if you're new to this Cletus McFarland experience, what we've got coming up tomorrow in Burnout Rivals, if you enjoyed what you saw tonight, you haven't seen nothing yet until what you see tomorrow with Burnout Rivals. Looking forward to it. And Larry, it was an absolute pleasure to get to work alongside you, guy that I've looked up to literally my entire life. And you know, for anybody that wants to aspire to work in broadcasting, the job that you and the Fox crew have done over the years, and all your hard work that you and Danielle try to put in each and every day on SiriusXM. We appreciate all the hard work you do and taking time out of your busy schedule. Come up here and have some fun with us and watch us run some Crown Vics around all over the place.
I thoroughly enjoyed working with you. I know Cletus has a lot of things going on between now, and I'll be in the Freedom Factory mid-November, the 2.4-hour Le Mullet. Come on down to Bradenton. The weather's beautiful there in November, and we'll have just as much fun.
Yeah, put it on your calendar, folks. Bradenton, Florida. You can fly in, enjoy some of the great weather, and enjoy some great racing. So really excited to be here tomorrow, but we're going to wrap things up here tonight. We had an incredible fireworks show, not only on track, but off the track here as well. So for all the great crew and everybody that's worked hard behind the scenes, not only here at Stafford Motor Speedway, everybody with the Freedom Factory crew and everyone on Freedom Plus for doing a great job with us here tonight. We're going to sign off here tonight. We appreciate each and every one of you being here tonight. It looks like we got a lot to pick up down here on track and get things ready to go for tomorrow. So on behalf of everybody here for Freedom Plus, for Larry Mack, I'm Jake Wilson. We'll see you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you next time here on Freedom Plus.